A very good morning to you. Welcome to our feature group coverage from the opening round of the DS Automobiles Italian Open. Overcast skies, a little wet out there, and play delayed this morning because of lightning in the air. All the tee times have been pushed back an hour. So a little bit delay as well from that hour for our featured group, which, as you can see on the tee in blustery wet conditions, is Francesco Molinari, Rory McIlroy with his back to us, and in the black is Nicolai Højgaard. So we've got the #1 player on the DP World Tour, Rory, last year's winner in Nicolai Højgaard, and the 2018 Open and two-time Italian champion Francesco Molinari. We're in Rome. Marco Simone Golf Club, just 17 kilometers from the city centre, the host course for next year's Ryder Cup. I'm Richard Kaufman. Anthony Wall will be on the course. Alongside me in the commentary box is Jay Townsend. Morning to you, Jay, and this is how the course sets up at Marco Simone.
Good morning, Richard, and everyone. The 10th hole is where we're starting today. It's an uphill dogleg right to left hole. Very difficult. Playing to a stroke average early in the day. Only a few groups have gone through, but just barely under 5. So 0.83 over par. It's very much uphill. Left to right hole. There's a lot of slopes, a lot of hills on this Marco Simone Golf Club. It's going to be a challenge today.
Yeah, weather conditions aren't great. The ball won't be flying as far as it would have been, say, yesterday when it was beautiful sunshine. And we can see the group ahead of Rory McIlroy. That's why they're still waiting on the tee. They were due to tee off by now, but Nicolai Højgaard, the defending champion, his brother is up there at the moment on the middle of the fairway, so they're going to have to wait a few more minutes yet.
Well, it's nice that they're playing back-to-back groups. I mean, they can actually have breakfast together and all that kind of stuff. Little family affair.
Well, there's 3 brothers playing in this DS Automobiles Italian Open. You can see Francesco Molinari there alongside Rory. He's got his brother Eduardo going out later this afternoon. Matt Fitzpatrick and Alex Fitzpatrick are also in the field this week.
Pretty amazing. 3 pairs of brothers in the same event. We'll have to get into the archives on that one.
But it's going to be tough, isn't it? This is, 66 Nicolai opened up with last year on his way to winning. 66 today is going to be some scoring, given the scoring we've seen so far already early this morning.
Much different test this year than last year. The greens are going to be softer. We're not scheduled to have the wind. We had quite a bit of wind last year. The greens are a little bit slower. They learned a lot last year playing this golf course for the first time, and there's much more rough. We're going to see a lot of guys, when they do hit it in the rough, not even be able to go at the green, so driving will be a premium today. Yeah,
this 10th hole, from the groups that have already gone through, is nearly playing a whole shot above its par. We've had a couple of 7s here already from Masahiro Kawamura and Mike Lorenzo Vera. Vera making his 7. He didn't even lose a ball off the tee or anything. It was just hacking out of the rough.
He earned it, didn't he? He did it the hard way. The easy way is to have a couple penalty shots or something like that. But the 10th is going to prove to be very difficult, not only today but throughout the week.
Well, the green is clearing just ahead, which means the group in front. We mentioned Rasmus Højgaard. He's playing with the talented Australian Lucas Herbert, and we are in Italy, and a really big day for another player in this group, Filippo Celli. This is his first hole as a professional. You'll remember him from St Andrews as the silver medal winner at this year's Open Championship. He finished top 10 as an amateur at the ISPS Handle World Invitational. So Celli in this group as well. It's going to be Herbert coming from the fairway. This is a stiff walk to start the day.
It certainly is. It's straight uphill from the 10th all the way to the 12th tee. Herbert's in a nice little bowl here. You're going to see a lot of movement to the fairways, little mounds and slopes and that type of thing.
Been a little in and out the form in recent months for Lucas Herbert. I think he would admit that. Player who's played a lot of golf this year in the United States.
A little bit of an upslope ball below his feet. Hole's cut over on the left side of the green. See the wind tugging at his shirt. It's going to be a windy day, blustery day. Not bad at all. He'd be able to sell that, I think, all day long at the 10th.
Well, there is Rasmus Højgaard. 3 times a DP World Tour winner, 1 more than his brother. Although his brother's won 2 since he won his 3rd.
Pretty good, 5 between the 2 at their age. Into a pretty stiff breeze here for the second shot at 10.
Yeah, that's nicely done from Rasmus, who won the Omega European Masters the week before. Nicolai went and won here at Marco Simone Golf Club. And you know, everyone in the build-up has been talking Ryder Cup, and Rasmus here and Nicolai, who's back on the tee waiting, are the 2 names that people are talking about as potential players for next year.
100%. I think they have at least a 50-50 chance of making the team at this early stage.
Northern Ireland leader in DP World Tour ranking, Rory McIlroy.
Well, it's his first time playing in Italy as a professional. He does have a 100% record in the country, though, because he played the 2006 European Amateur Championship in Italy. And yes, you guessed it, he won that.
Rory clearly in great form, and it will be about the driver, as we've already talked about. Have to put it in the fairway.
Yeah, just down the left side.
Now on the tee from Italy, Francesco Molinari.
Forza Chico, as they're saying, back on the tee. 2006, 2016, that one in 2006 was his breakthrough win on the DP World Tour, and showing a little bit of form last week at Wentworth.
He knows how to find fairways as well as anybody.
And now on the tee, the defending champion, Nicolai Højgaard.
Bound to be a few nerves playing with Francesco Molinari. Rory McIlroy, first time ever defending a title on the DP World Tour.
The thing about nerves, once you hit that first tee shot, you're in your happy place, your comfort zone. Yeah, that first tee shot would have been a nervy one, but that is excellent.
Yeah, there's been some struggles on this par 4, long par 4 up the hill, but that's 3 excellent tee shots. A very nice start from our featured group. Dan Housing, the early leader at 2 under par. Yeah, Housing getting to 2 under par with an eagle at the 12th. All pars elsewhere from the Dutchman, who closed with a 62 in Himmerland. That was his last round of golf. Didn't play at Wentworth last week, so you could say picking up where he left off, albeit a few weeks ago now. This back up on the green with the group of Rasmus Højgaard, Lucas Herbert and Filippo Celli.
And they're very interesting greens here. Lots of slopes. Kind of oftentimes big greens that play very small. Not small, but very small. You have to hit it in the correct portion of the green to have a chance. This should be a left to righter here for the Australian.
Yeah, a couple of birdie putts to come here. Celli's struggling to make par. Oh, that was as close as you're going to get to the first birdie of the day at hole number 10. The unmistakable figure of his caddy, Nick. Them as our feature group make the tough walk up the hill.
The screen certainly flattens things out. It is literally straight uphill from the tee. 11 isn't much flatter. It's straight uphill as well, and you get a little bit of a break once you get to the landing area on 12. It's a tough walk to the landing area on 12 as well. Chile for par, missed the fairway left. Missed the green short right, chip to this position. He's going to be nervous playing his first professional event.
First hole in his professional career. Filippo Celli makes a bogey. I don't know how much you saw of the action in Northern Ireland. He was actually in a share of the lead at one stage over the weekend. He has certainly got the game, and I know he was asked about the Ryder Cup. You know, it would be a dream, but it's tough, isn't it? First year as a pro to be challenging for something like that.
Most certainly. I mean, I don't think he deserves that pressure. Let him go out there and, you know, play some good golf, and then he can start talking about it. But going from the amateur ranks to the pro ranks is a very different test. Mind you, the events that he has played in the professional level as an amateur, he's done very well.
Birdie putt coming up for Rasmus Højgaard. Not had a birdie yet at hole number 10 today, but that was pretty close from Rasmus.
I think if we're going to get a first birdie of the day, it makes sense to come in our feature group, Richard.
Well, let's look at where these tee shots have finished. And I think it's fair to say Francesco Molinari may be hitting first into greens behind Nicolai Højgaard and Rory McIlroy for most of the day. But let's welcome along Anthony Wall to our coverage. Anthony, morning to you. It seems pretty tricky out there right now.
Yeah, very much so. It's going to be a tough gig this week. The rough's up, and this is as strong a breeze as I've felt in the last few weeks playing on the DP World Tour. This is difficult. 207 for Molinari off the downslope. And this will pretty much play the hardest hole on the course, I think. Completely different feeling to last year. Bright sunshine, quite warm. This is the opposite. Hard crosswinds, thick rough. Course playing very long. Just happy to hit the green here.
Ah, fabulous.
Down the bottom. Just on a bit of a side slope, almost a little bit of an upslope as well. McIlroy 197, not going to help him. Straight back into 15 degrees. The ball not going that far.
Looked like he was trying to squeeze that one into that wind and just left it out to the right.
He just avoided the bunker. Anthony, I hope you got a head start walking up that hill.
Just a little. You've got to get up early, Richard. Yeah, 10 and 11 there. There's two big walks. You wouldn't want to do this hill too often. Let me tell you, perfect drive for the defending champ.
Well, I'm thinking Ryder Cup, Anthony, and you know, doing that twice in a day. This course is not going to be an easy walk, is it, for 36 holes potentially in one day?
I think walking's okay, just carrying the bag, that's the issue. Poor old caddy. He's looking down the right, Højgaard, trying to just draw this one in. That's his natural ball flight. Almost trying to squeeze this under the breeze. But with a hill like this, it's almost not needed. Anywhere around this green's a good shot. Tough par 4 to start.
And you can see it feeding back down the slope short of the green. We're going to see a lot of that this week. There's chipping areas, there's feed off areas around these greens.
So Jay, last year we came here when Nicolai won, and there was little rough around Marco Simone. We're talking about the rough, and we'll get to see it as the day goes on. I mean, it's really thick in places, and we can see from the scoring, it's not easy out there. Is this about the Ryder Cup and maybe getting that course in shape for maybe to favour Team Europe? Is that what this is about?
Oh, it's always going to be trying to get the home field advantage, 100%, and they're going to set up the golf course. This is really a trial run. You have all the biggies from the Ryder Cup team here. As far as the captaincy, you've got Rory here. You know Rory's going to have some input here. He's going to talk to Luke Donald after the week. Okay, this is the way it played. This is the way, you know, we need to do it for our team. This is 100% getting a feel. You can come and play. It's not the same as when you play when you have your name on a scorecard, and it's going to really give them a good idea of what the golf course gives them and how they can manipulate it to best give them a chance to win.
Yeah, play started late, so 8:10 ended up being the first tee time this morning, and you can see only 4 players are under par, and already some short game work required for both Nicolai Højgaard and Rory McIlroy to walk away from this 10th with a par 4. Anthony, what do you make of the course setup from what you've seen of it so far this week?
I like it. I think it suits the European team. I think it suits almost good golf, actually. I'm not sure the course needs the breeze we have. I think the scoring will be completely different to last year. And you're seeing it on the first, really, with McIlroy. You know, he's a good sort of probably 8 feet or so below the level of the green.
Yeah, just looking at those DP World Tour rankings, because of his runner-up finish last week, Rory McIlroy's now moved over 1,000 points ahead of Victor Hovland, who leapfrogged the now injured Will Zalatoris.
And just coming out of the first cut, that makes it slightly more hard as a judge. Trying to pitch this pretty much all the way, McIlroy. Back into the breeze, as I mentioned. That is a factor today.
Well, that pitched it just about all the way, I think, Richard. Nearly went into the hole.
How about that?
So welcome to our feature group coverage at the DS Automobiles Italian Open. A little unlucky this didn't go in.
As we have another look. Pitched it right in the hole and popped out.
It's not often you see a club twirl on a chip shot, but we got that there from Rory. He knew how good that was.
The nice thing is it came back and below the hole. You don't want to be putting downhill downwind right now, and that would have been the case if it hadn't hit the hole in the pin.
Oh, the hole wasn't deep enough, was it? That was incredible. Went straight in, straight out. Again, 6 feet below the level of the green for Højgaard. This is an easier shot, but it does have less green to play with. The wind's really helping him here.
Really nicely. These fairways are perfect. Paspalum fairways, the ball sits right up on top. You can really nip it. And of course, we're playing lift, clean, and place because of the overnight rains and more rain expected throughout the day, on and off, and then a lot tonight.
In the hole and out again.
Completely disappeared, and you can say he was unlucky, maybe a little bit lucky as well, because he would have had that downhill. It probably would have stopped pretty quickly. It would have been 4 or 5 feet past the hole.
So no birdies yet today at the 10th, but this is a real opportunity for Francesco Molinari.
2 brilliant shots. I have to say Lucas Herbert's in front was equally as good, but big sloping greens this week. This is right to left. Nice to see so many people watching one of the home favourites and one of the world favourites this week in McIlroy.
Well, nothing wrong with a 4 at 10. But had it online. Molinari didn't hit it. It's playing at 4.68 so far this 10th hole, which is over half a shot above its par.
This should be a pretty obvious break from the right, I would think, Anthony. It's just a matter of how much.
Yeah, a little bit right to left. It's just tough to really know the pace of them. They would have expected them to be quick, and after the rain last night can make a difference. Actually quite a sheltered green where they are now putting. I'm never quite sure whether one of the hardest holes in the course is ideal as your first hole. Maybe it is. Get it out of the way if you can. Hold this and make 4. Settles the nerves big time.
Excellent. And this is a big deal today, isn't it, for Nicolai? First time defending. Playing alongside Rory McIlroy, probably the most famous Italian golfer in Francesco Molinari.
And I would think these guys, if Molinari's not on the Ryder Cup team, he'll certainly be a vice captain. Rory will have a lot of say what's going on. They're watching Nicolai, see how he plays, check out his game, especially on the Ryder Cup course.
Yeah, he played with Luke Donald a couple of weeks ago in his homeland in Himmerland.
Good par for McIlroy. He did have a bad back in Himmerland. I spoke to him last week, Nicolai, and he said it's much better, not quite 100%, but it's improving quickly. So that's good to know that Nicolai is probably 100% healthy this week.
So they move off to another uphill par 4, but a shorter one in terms of the 11th. And it's Dan Housing, who closed with a 62 on his last start in Denmark, who has eagled the par 5 12, so moves to 2 under par. Adrian Arnaus has just joined the group at 1 under par. He's birdied that aforementioned 11th. Just 5 players so far in the red.
As our feature group finish up 10, move over to 11. We'll have a little look at this short par 4. 311 yards today. It is uphill in the right conditions, not today, but in the right conditions, it is drivable. Really calls for kind of a high sweeping hook. Most of the time, players, especially today, are going to lay up kind of around that 261 bunker, in between those 2 bunkers. Tough hole location today over by the right side of the green. It's just behind it, there's a backstop that you can spin it off of, but you have to be very careful of missing right. You see those red arrows? A steep bank that at times can take you down there close to the rough line.
It's quite interesting, actually. Players always have a pop at this green, but with these conditions, it's a completely different hole. Pin just tucked underneath quite a big sort of tier down the right-hand side of this green. So yes, he's got driver, but the line's drastically changed. Much more up the right-hand side. No chance of reaching the green, where all week last year they were getting on the front at least. And bunkers left and right, so coming across this fairway, McIlroy, this is quite difficult.
Are you surprised by this club selection, Anthony?
A little, but there's a bunker in the middle. They need to get over that.
All right!
Just seems a lot of club up the right, Jay.
I thought so too. It's only about 230 over the bunker in the middle of the fairway. But Rory's learning this course for the first time, and that's why he's here, to get a feel for things.
Yeah, he's not going to play, he doesn't think, the Italian Open when it comes back next year. We believe the schedule, it's destined to be in May. Busy time for Rory on the PGA Tour, so this was his one real look for it in competitive action.
I'm just wondering, bunker up the right starts at 267. I'm just wondering if you maybe just float one. You don't quite reach that, so it makes the second shot a little easier. Bunker down the middle, as you say, Jay, mid 230s, uphill into a strong breeze. Maybe 3-wood is a dodgy one for that. So maybe just soft drivers is the play. Give yourself some sort of angle.
Well, there's no doubt I think driver was the right club for Molinari. into that wind and uphill. Probably a pretty good one to get past the bunker in the fairway. We talked about Rory's club selection. He plays a little bit different game than everyone else, so you have to think different clubs and different lines.
Where is the castle of Marco Simone, which is why we have the golf course that is. It's from the 11th century, just behind this 11th tee.
Similar line, Højgaard. Power player. Such a talent. You'd love to see him here next year.
Another fabulous hit from the defending champion. Been a very steady start from our three players in the featured group. So 2 under par leading Gavin Green, who came so close to becoming the first Malaysian to win on the DP World Tour in Prague a few weeks back. He's picked up a birdie at the 7th hole. Garrett Porteous, back-to-back birdies.
I wouldn't mind
12 and 14. John Catlin, who has performed well in some difficult conditions. He bogeyed that 10th hole. We've seen Rory and co play down, but he did make eagle like the leader at 12. And credit to some players out on the golf course who have had some struggles early on. Anything, or if you can finish around par today, I think you won't be too badly placed. Richard Mansell, who was disappointed not to get a start last week, given his form at Wentworth at the BMW PGA Championship. He's opened up with a couple of pars. And we mentioned Mike Lorenzo Vera opening up with a 7. You see the group there at 1 over par. Well, the Frenchman has just joined them. He's had birdies at 12 and 14 since then. There he is at the top of that page, just above Stephen Gallagher. Very early starts, but you can see bogey start from the 22-year-old now professional Italian Filippo Celli in that group at +1. It's nice to see the crowds out despite the weather, despite the early start to watch these three. Can only imagine how busy it's going to be though next September for the Ryder Cup. Well, it shows you what the weather's doing here this year. I mean, look at this, the state of the rough down where Rory is right now. As Anthony was saying, Jay, last year these players were getting on the green or around the green. Rory is obviously a long way back, and he's done well to find his ball by the looks of things.
Certainly so. Some of that's nearly knee-high, and it will be dependent on whether he can get the club in the back of the ball, whether he can get it on the green in this short par 4. I'm sure Anthony's had a look.
Yeah, he didn't find it. The crowd up there found it. Took them 3 minutes to find the ball. So a big break, 91 into the breeze, yeah. McIlroy. It's actually been quite unlucky.
They're okay because the best way into the back of the ball is this way. So sort of
with heavy grass.
Like the bit of bunker we can see on the left side.
And he's very close to the path. Another yard, he would have got a drop. This is a hit and hope. Anything over this bunker.
Rory has a lot of strength and a lot of club head speed, but even from 91, can't get it on the green. We're going to see a lot of that this week. And you have to be careful of that long rough. You can hurt yourself.
Now this is the place to come from.
Yeah, it certainly makes it a lot easier. He's 10 yards nearer, 81. I'd say it's playing maybe 90, 91. Super wedge player can keep it down, which will make a huge difference to this shot for Molinari. And there you see there'll be a lot of that today, going back to the bag, changing clubs. You could hit this with 3 or 4 different ones.
Clearly it's not for distance, it's just for shot selection, trajectory, Anthony.
Nice backstop, Jay. That might come to his aid here, I think. Big false front. So you are looking long.
Ooh, he just flew it past that backstop that Anthony was talking about. It's going to be an interesting putt. We're going to see a lot of interesting putts, especially with the windy conditions where the players can't be as pinpoint as they would like on these difficult greens.
You can see 1 under par leading now. A drop shot for Housing at 15.
This was almost a gimme last year, birdie 3. Not today with this front right pin. This is quite difficult, even from 50 odd yards. Going long, trying to spin this.
Beautifully judged. Fabulous from Højgaard.
Well thought out, well executed. You have to know you have a lot of spin on that, but these fairways are just absolutely perfect. It's a shame that you have the wet conditions, have to play lift, clean, and place. Ball just sits right on top of this paspalum, almost like it's on a tee. There's a lot of slope there, but that was a tremendous amount of spin to get it going down the slope.
Well, we saw a little bit of short game magic from Rory at the previous hole. He's going to need something similar here. I thought when I saw that lie at the 11th just now, over on the right-hand side, my mind flashed back to the 8th last week at Wentworth when he had that shot in the rough and he went under the ball and it just popped up by his feet. At least he managed to get some good contact on this one and advance it.
Relatively simple for Rory. Looking to maybe pitch this a yard short. I think it will spin into the upslope. The rhythm of this.
Just got it above the slope, didn't quite. That ball went maybe 6 inches too far. It would have come right down next to the hole like Nicolai's.
Yeah, you mentioned Rory and the Ryder Cup and maybe speaking to Luke. There was actually a team meeting, team dinner last night. Rory was involved, the captain, the vice captains with him. I'm not too sure who else got an invite, but a lot of talk about this golf course after Rory had a little look at it yesterday and the day before in practice. Did a little bit of sightseeing on Monday. He's got his wife Erica here, a little girl as well, and apparently Erica spent 7 months studying in Rome, so knows the city pretty well.
Just tracking left to right as McIlroy directs the crowds in the background. It's like driving around Rome. They come from all directions, don't they, Richard?
Oh my, indeed they do. Well, not badly manoeuvred by Francesco. I wouldn't say as well manoeuvred as Anthony did it through the traffic this morning. You came out of the car this morning, Jay, looking a little frazzled.
Well, the good news is all my hair was white already, but if it hadn't have been, I would have turned gray. It certainly have a different driving style here.
Can I add, it was dark and it was wet, just to throw that in the mix.
He was a little unlucky there, Rory. Just as Jay hinted at, it wasn't far away from getting down hole side. Now it's all about getting on the right line, I'm assuming, Anthony.
Yeah, it's downhill quite a lot actually, so it's a real touch putt. It's hard to pick a line because he's on top, so he's got the tier to deal with coming down. And I don't think Molinari's putt really made much of a difference to him. But I think, to be honest with a lie, it was probably almost a 5 anyway. And the fact that the crowd found it was a huge bonus. So this will feel like a birdie, I think, for McIlroy.
I think Rory hit that about where he wanted to. Looked like a good stroke. And it's a learning experience. These guys, when they play the same venues week in and week out, they play a lot from memory. It's amazing, Anthony, last week, how close the hole locations were to the hole locations the previous year at Wentworth. It'll be much the same here. But they don't, especially Rory, doesn't have any memory to draw upon on this venue.
That's why I love him coming. I think it's a lesson well learned for many players in the next 50 years playing Ryder Cup. I think it's such a high pressurized event. It's nice to have it in your mind a year before, where you know you're coming and you know the course suits or doesn't suit you, so you adapt accordingly. It's clever.
Could be a pretty straightforward one here from Molinari. Not much break, maybe a little from the right. I totally agree with you. Having come and played in competition, well done. Good 2-putt from the upper level for Molinari. Come play in competition and you know how to prepare your game for the Ryder Cup. In Rory's case, as Richard said, likely won't be here for next year's Italian Open because of the scheduling conflicts. But coming in blind, you don't really know how to prepare. The American team might be watching on television, but television flattens everything out. They can't really see the severity of the slopes. Now for birdie, Højgaard. And you certainly can't see the lines off the tees and that type of thing watching on television. I'm very surprised there aren't more Americans who are potential Ryder Cup players over here playing this week.
Well, it was a fabulous hit off the tee. Driver right smack bang in the middle of the fairway, and this was the approach that set up that little birdie putt.
Beautifully played. He knew it was going to spin a lot, especially into the wind. Played the slope perfectly. Oh, we've had two. Well, a tough hole on 10, a challenging hole on 11, and now the 12th you need to make a birdie here. You hit across a big valley to a plateaued landing area, and then it's downhill to the 12th. It says par 5, but it's playing nearly a half a shot under par. There's been as many birdies and eagles as there have been pars and bogeys combined. 2 birdies, or excuse me, 2 eagles, 8 birdies already. We've had 8 pars and 2 bogeys. This is a hole you have to make a birdie or better. Pretty friendly hole location. Back little bowl, back right portion of the green. There's a good look at the teeing ground and the plateaued landing area out there amongst the bunkers.
Yeah, whereas 11's playing a half a shot over its par, or a little more than that. This one's playing half a shot under its par so far.
Reachable par 5, and this is typically the case. A little bit of a hole up on the tee. See it back on the tee, kind of pointing, okay, I want this line. 3 bunkers up the left side, 1 up the right that you kind of, if you're going to play a draw, the one through the fairway, you would hit it at that bunker through the fairway and work it off. There's a look from the green back up the hill, and it is a pretty steep hill up there. I know Anthony will enjoy walking down that hill once he gets to the landing area.
Currently 72nd on the DP World Tour rankings. Nicolai Højgaard, he's missed the cut the last couple of weeks at the maiden him, and Jay mentioned there the back injury. Had a terrific round 66. The last 2 weeks though, he's missed the cut by 1 shot, which suggests, even though it doesn't look good in terms of seeing missed cuts, his game's not that far away.
He's not far away, and he's coming off of a back injury. It's never easy when a golfer has a back injury. Second shot at the 12th for Lucas Herbert.
Adrianos has just birdied this hole. You can see him alongside John Catlin at the top.
See it playing at least a second shot nearly straight downhill. The wind should be downwind right to left off the tee, a little bit of a dog leg from right to left. And wind looks like, judging by the shirt of Rasmus Højgaard, that it's picked up since the 10th hole when these guys started. Ball above the feet, slight downhill lie. Looks like every bit of a club and a half, if not 2 club wind behind him. Very good, gets it in the correct section. That'll be a reasonable eagle putt coming up.
Yeah, Rasmus has had one of those seasons where he's played really good golf the first couple of days and hasn't been able to string it together through the weekend. Chelly, who parred the 11th.
It's a bit of a guessing game out of the rough, how the ball's going to come out. Ooh, that's in that cross bunker, that awkward distance, about 25, 30 yards short.
It's a lone oak behind this tee, bar 5. It's just been blowing pretty strong. I think you're right, Jay. It's picked up a little. It's quite a hefty helping breeze, and yes, it's made the hole probably play easier if you find a good tee shot. But you're gonna have to take on those bunkers down the left a little bit more, I think. Otherwise, you will be blocked out by a lone tree down the right. So 3-wood. I like this play. It's very long, carries it a long way, about 280. It's downhill and helping, so probably near a 300.
He thinks it might be in the bunker. We can't see it. Is that a ball there just on the right side, just missing the second cut?
I think it jumped through, I thought, from what I could see. It's 309, that carry.
It looks like it's okay. Molinari next.
It's a lovely elevated tee. Quite a tight area, actually. So the atmosphere is going to be electric this weekend and this time next year for the Ryder Cup. Playing about 15 downhill, so very high up here.
I'm not sure where that one's gone from Francesco. You're right, Anthony. I mean, there's some fantastic vantage points and real natural amphitheatres as well. Some great viewing spots for the crowds.
Yeah, that's what struck me when I first came last year. Molinari's ball actually pitched in the first bunker and kicked through as well. Different play for McIlroy. He likes to take it on. He'll go further left.
He was
so easy to go right, though, Jay.
Just hung it out. He's trying to play that big high draw, and now you can get behind that lone tree. You can just see the trunk of the tree in the upper right of the corner.
Yeah, a couple of frustrating tee shots for Rory McIlroy. 2 under par. I mean, very early stages, isn't it, of this DS Automobiles Italian Open, and a couple of players have moved to 2 under par. Adrianos with back-to-back birdies at 11 and 12, and John Catlin, who started his day with a drop shot at 10, has bounced back with an eagle and a birdie since then. A whole host of players have made their way to 1 under par. We saw Nicolai Højgaard get there with that birdie at 11. Trio of Italians out there, Lorenzo Galli and Luca Giacchente, along with Francesco Molinari. Yeah, Mike Lorenzo Vera putting it back 7 over 7 on the first and 3 over par straight away, but a couple of birdies steadying things. Good to see Aaron Rai back on the DP World Tour. Par start for him at 10. David Howell, who started the week with a bit of a back injury, then it went into a toe injury, but has managed to tee it up. There is Rory McIlroy with Alfredo Garcia Heredia, who was first reserve last week at Wentworth. Didn't get in. That's so frustrating, isn't it? Particularly after all those withdrawals in the end after day one. So here's some of the players that have had the struggles, and you can see why, given the tricky conditions. Players at 2, 3 over par and worse already.
The players walk down that big hill in the background, and then it's uphill to the landing area. Interesting that the bunkers up the left were firm enough that those 2 tee shots for Molinari and Højgaard ran through, bounced through. They were certainly firm before the rains came, and certainly will have gotten firmer yet.
Well, we've been mentioning that Nicolai Højgaard is the defending champion, and the 2 wins now on the DP World Tour. He needed to birdie the last. He had Tommy Fleetwood, Angel Morong in the clubhouse, and he'd let a lead slip. Just avoided the water at 16, needed a birdie 18, and that was very similar to the shot we just saw at the 11th, wasn't it? There's his brother Rasmus and his girlfriend there as well. DP World Tour winner for the first time. Then he let another lead slip. He had a 5-shot lead going into the final round at Ras Al Khaimah, but again he stood firm, saw it through.
I think he's going to try and figure out, okay, I get these big leads, it's going to be easier finishing them off if I keep that big lead going down the last couple holes rather than fritter them away. But a win is a win, doesn't matter how you do it. He's done it twice in style though, holding putts in the final hole of the tournament.
Yeah, I remember in 2019 he had a chance as well at the KLM Open, was tied with Sergio Garcia with 4 to play before being pipped by the Spaniard there as well. That was kind of, I think, the first time people saw the name Nicolai Højgaard, or if I give it correct Danish pronunciation, Højgaard. But people think I'm being a bit strange if I start saying that, I think. Ante, it's a bit of a wait for the players in front, but it looks like Francesco Molinari did pop out of the bunker.
He's got a hybrid club in his hand, ball above his feet, sitting down in that first cut of rough. .222 yards, wind helping. This is just a little bit of a guessing game how it's going to come out of this heavy rough. It's not long, but it's very dense. A wonderful shot. Carries the cross bunkers, runs it up on the green. Excellent shot from Molinari. We saw him play a hybrid club into the first hole of the day, the 10th, uphill into the wind. right on the green, and another good one. So eagle putt to come for Molinari.
You might have noticed Rasmus Højgaard's name coming up on the leaderboard. We saw that excellent second shot there. And he did make eagle, so another one at 2 under par. His brother a stroke behind.
Also coming out of the rough, just over 200 yards for Nicolai Højgaard. Oh, and that appeared to be a bit of a bad lie. Oh, ran it through the bunker. That's twice in one hole he's run it through a bunker.
He's
off
chipping
the tee
in.
and his second shot.
He's chipping in from there, Jay.
Every chance. McIlroy out of the right rough, 186. Ball above his feet, straight downhill and downwind.
The modern way, but look at all the camera phones focused on Rory there.
Clearly a tough lie in the rough. McIlroy runs it on. A little bit of tree trouble. There's that lone tree over on the right side. There it is. And that can give the players fits at times. Why? Several times we see them hit 3-wood off the tee to lay back so they can hit it over the top.
Yeah, he's muscled one nicely down there, has Rory McIlroy, looking to bounce back after that drop shot at the previous hole. Looks like the rain's abated, at least for now. It's a little brighter out there, and a few more birdies are falling down as a result. The odd eagle as well. Rasmus Højgaard, another to get to 2 under par. Bounce back birdie after a drop shot at 15 from the Dutchman Dan Housing, who had that fabulous finish in Denmark a couple of weeks ago. Ross McGowan played well there too. He's one of those early players who's got under par. Lucas Herbert picking up his first birdie of the day at 12, and nice to see one of the Italian amateurs, Giovanni Manzoni, get under par. The Italians winning the Eisenhower Trophy just a couple of weeks ago, and Filippo Celli was part of that winning team. Another of the players that was in that winning threesome from Italy, Marco Florioli, is also in the field this week. So Molinari and McIlroy on the green.
Nicolai just walking up to have a look at the slopes on the greens, and the hole's cut just above a ridge, a fairly significant ridge. Going to have a couple different options. Does he want to run it up the ridge or fly it all the way up there and then kind of, not going to say spin it back. The difficulty with the high shot is downwind. It's going to want to take a bounce or two.
This is the 79th edition of the Italian Open, first staged in 1925. Højgaard then with his third shot at this par 5.
Wind behind. Well judged. It wasn't an easy challenge ahead. And look to be putting up the slope that 48.5 feet. See a little bit of a slope in the picture. Of course, the picture's flat and everything up, but that little shiny bit, which looks about a third of the way from McIlroy to the hole, is actually right about the midpoint. It's an eagle putt in name, Richard, but I think really to get down in 2 from the lower level would be a good result.
Yeah, 3 eagles so far on this hole, and they've all come from our trio who are at 2 under.
You can see Rory's not happy with that effort. Headed on line.
He was talking about
pace, sorry.
He was talking about his game after Wentworth, Rory McIlroy, and you know, he finished second, but he felt it wasn't his A game. He far off the tee. I know it's very early stages. It's only hole 3, but he was happy with the way he hit it off the tee, but wasn't that happy with his approach play.
Some players, when they come to a new venue, play very well. Other players, they have to play their way into a venue. They have to, you know, play it a couple times, get the lines that they're comfortable with. Now, Molinari for eagle.
Yeah, worth pointing out, Francesco wasn't here last year either. His first Italian Open since 29. Tied 9th.
Certainly, he's been, you know, showing some signs of better play. Well, went through quite a slump after 19. He had the lead. 12 and 15, and really took him a long time to recover. I think it was a mental blow. He talked about how he was playing with so much confidence at the time, but you know, it doesn't take much to blow a lot of confidence, but it takes a long time in professional golf to get that confidence back.
Well, we had a weather delay of about an hour this morning, so still very early stages, but this for Nicolai Højgaard to join the leaders. That includes his brother at 2 under par.
Just want to keep this inside the hole nice and firm. It's going to be disappointing. You got the good break, but clearly, you know, going through the bunker, but actually might have been better off in the bunker off the tee after the rough lie that Nicolai had to chop it out. This goes to show how important hitting fairways is this week.
Yeah, Rory McIlroy was talking about this golf course. You can see a little bit Celtic Manor, Glen Eagles in terms of comparing it to other Ryder Cup venues. Feels it's a course that kind of gets more exciting the longer you go on. We start at the 10th, but we've got a couple of drivable par 4s potentially, although we've seen today the 11th is far from that. And then really good par 3 17, excellent closing par 5.
Uphill right to left birdie attempt. Oh, that was a pull. That was not a McIlroy putt. He's been putting so well the last couple of months.
No, that was all. I'm sure that's almost like a shock to the system, that one. 3 putt at 12. McIlroy stays at 1 over.
Molinari, which should be a mere formality, early in his career struggled with these. Not the case anymore. Knocks these in for fun.
Another one that moves under par in this Italian Open. Four-way tie at the top. Gavin Green out in 33. He's just birdied the par 5 9th hole, so Nice start from a player who clearly informed Gavin Green. Kind of turned his game around since the summer, really. Played a couple of events on the PGA Tour that were co-sanctioned with the DP World Tour. Went out there, saw his coach, who's based in America, and thinks that was where it all changed for him. He's been really struggling until then. There's Francesco Molinari now, alongside Nicolai Højgaard.
Feature group moves over to the 13th, and we'll have a look. First par 3 in our coverage today. It's a nice short hole, 153 yards, but it is challenging. That bunker right in the middle actually can block the view of the right third of the green. Today's hole is cut up in the back left portion of the green over a ridge. You can see the downslope, those arrows coming down there off the top of the ridge. It's kind of like little hogs back. Ideally, you can move it in from right to left. The wind should be helping in from the right, so a draw might be the shot of choice. Only 153 yards, no water. Currently playing just over its par of 3. Interesting for Molinari with this left hole location. Teeing up a little bit left of center here. Just tells you he's going to play a draw. Which window are you going to aim at? I think second from the right. So I always like a good target. Didn't get it over the ridge. That is going to be an interesting chip shot, to say the least. Gallery's out here already, Anthony, on a kind of a blustery day.
Yeah. New kit, Jay. I'm back in action.
We thought you'd popped off for some breakfast.
Well, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? It's interesting par 3. This is a wind sort of almost dead across right to left. You really only see half of the flag. It's quite blind. It's only a short one, 150 odd. But you'll see a lot of bogeys this week. It's tough to get it on that top tier.
Unless you're Nicolai Højgaard.
Correct.
You could hear the mutterings of Bella, Bella as he hit that. It really was.
There's so much room right, but the players can't see any of it. That's the issue. I remember being on course here last year. A lot of people with this back pin went long. And there is quite a heel to the right. Maybe that blocks the breeze. So I would just play it straight off the right, no into.
Oh, hit the tree. That was a pretty good break right there. Hit the tree, bounced over nearly on the green. What was a poor shot for Rory. Won't be paying any penalty and actually have a birdie opportunity coming up. So a very good break.
Yeah, in and out of the hole at 10, in and off the tree at 13.
That's a huge break because that's a big bank going down off the left side of the green here at 13, and short-sided himself out of a bad lie. That wouldn't have boded well.
Well, on the DP World Tour, we get to visit some fabulous cities, and this week certainly is no different. It's Destination Rome. This week on the DP World Tour with Velocity Global. In the Eternal City, the capital of Italy, it's bristled with ancient history. You can see a population of just under 3 million. I mean, some places that you know so well. The Colosseum, we got the Sistine Chapel at Vatican City, the Spanish Steps. If you haven't been to this part of the world, well, it really is. Well, and I noticed a lot of the players in the field this week on Monday, even on Tuesday as well, popped into the city centre. We're only about 16 kilometres away as well. And I think I'm right in saying Vatican City is a country, so it's actually the smallest country in the world. And there is St. Peter's Basilica in the distance. You can see it from the golf course. And even around this green, if you look towards the back of the green, you've got a lovely little rustic villa at the back there as well.
You like that, Richard, don't you?
I do. It's just, it gives a feel of, I mean, I said this is a city bristled with history, and it really is Rome. And even around this golf course, Marco Simone, apparently he was the son of a Roman nobleman from the 16th century.
I could see you taking your summers here.
Oh yeah, a little bit of vino.
The weather's normally better than it is today, that's a fact. This is tricky, Molinari, right to left. Just nestled as a blade of grass across the side of the ball, in play. Needs to really cut across this.
Very good. Yeah, in 24 hours, it's gone from a feeling of the height of summer to autumn. It's not cold, is it, Anthony? But it's just blustering and a little bit of moisture in the air.
Yeah, I mean, it's t-shirt weather, but it does have more of an autumn feel. But every golfer that lives sort of British Isles, Europe, love playing golf in the autumn. Courses play their best, in my opinion.
Nice break for Rory. Can he make the most of it?
Yeah, just gently up the hill. Almost that umbrella pine, just almost just pushed it away towards the green.
That was a really good effort, putting across the backside of that ridge in the green. A good look at it from that low camera angle. Puff of the cheeks, but when the tee shot was in the air, he'd have been happy with a 3.
Well, he missed an excellent opportunity to join the leaders at the last hole. Here comes another chance for Nicolai Højgaard.
It's just gently left to right, really, all the way. Crowds feel like they've doubled. They either have a late breakfast or an early lunch, and they've wandered out. There's plenty out here now. It's some group, isn't it? Stars and stars of the future.
Look at the grip there. Nicolai uses very conventional left to right for a nice birdie. Takes advantage of best shot in the group.
Makes it a 6-way tie at 2 under.
Molinari should have learned something from Højgaard's birdie putt. This just has some left to right in it. Unless you're going to slam it in the back of the hole, it needs to be started just outside left. Good up and down from an awkward position.
So confirmation, the twins amongst the 6 at the top. Rasmus and Nicolai now both at 2 under with that birdie at 13 from the brother that's in our feature group.
Let's have a look at the 14th downhill tee shot. You can see it's nearly a 90-degree dog leg from right to left. In the neighborhood of 310 yards to carry that bunker on the inside of the dog leg, and then it's hitting over a low area to a green. It sits on the side of a hill. You can see those red arrows short of the green. If you hit it in the rough, you are not going to run it on the green, and likely will run down 20, 30 yards short. Good hole location, kind of back third of the green. That is a very deep bunker on the right. If you're in that right bunker, very little to no chance of being able to see the putting surface. So important to get it in the fairway, and these long hitters like Højgaard and McIlroy, how much of the corner do they want to take on? Opportunity with the wind behind to cut a lot off this dog leg.
Just waiting on his brother all day, isn't he, Nicolai, at the moment?
Darn brothers.
Interesting, Francesco's brothers out this afternoon. They've got the Fitzpatrick brothers teeing off at the same time, either side of the course. Got the Højgaard brothers here, almost side by side.
I am so looking forward to them being paired together. I can't remember if it was Nicolai or Rasmus that told me in Dubai earlier this year. They've already planned on when they are paired together and wear the same clothes. They have the same club sponsor, so they wear the same hat.
You sound like you're happy about this. It's a commentator's nightmare, Jay.
Yes, it would be. I think they might have to put like one of those tracking beacons on them for us, so we know which one is hitting. They were giggling about it, though.
Yeah, I bet they've done. I bet there's been a few times in the past where they've had a bit of fun from that. They're born in Billund, which is where Lego is invented. They live in Aarhus now, which is about an hour from where they played the DP World Tour event in Himmerland a couple of weeks ago. Second of those DP World Tour wins came in Razar Kaimer, where he hit 33 drives of over 330 yards that week in the Middle East, which is just ridiculous.
It's important you pick a good line here. Bunker down the left.
Okay.
For Nicolai, sort of 325, but I think with the downhill and the down breeze out of the right, playing about 290, so he has the carry. But again, very easy to miss this left, almost taking too much on. Last year the rough wasn't that prominent down the left side, and they all were going left. Not this year. It's about a foot deep. So driver looking more down the centre.
Just had a great graphic there, Anthony, showing it's 35 feet in the landing area below the tee.
I think it's gone into the right rough down there for Nicolai.
Easily done, easily done. It's not 90 degrees, but it's almost really quite an acute dog leg. It's a drawer's paradise, 14. A couple of trees down the left, just almost trying to finish the ball over those. Bit straighter line for Molinari. He's not quite as long as his playing partners.
Really does help, bounces off of that first cutter off back into the fairway. The fact that we're playing lift clean in place. McIlroy with the driver.
Yeah, he'll be looking 20 yards left of Molinari, which does make the fairway just a little narrower. So he needs his best one, I think, if he's going to get on the short stuff.
Nice.
It's okay. Just in the first cut of rough, not a problem at all.
Yeah, nice hit from Rory McIlroy, looking to find a little bit of a spark in this opening round. Well, let's have a little look back at what we've seen so far from our feature group. Start off with Rory McIlroy, and this was an entertaining start.
Wasn't a good second shot left at this position at the opening par 4. Flew it in the hole, bounced out, but that did lead to a par at his opening hole. Let's have another look at this. Watch it disappear. Straight in the hole.
So close to the slam dunk start for Rory McIlroy. Now how about this for some control from Nicolai Højgaard at the second hole of his day, the 11th.
Using the spin, and it hits the slope right about here, speeds up down by the hole, and this was a well-played shot from the defending champion.
Well, he had another opportunity for birdie at the par 5 12th after chipping up to there, not to be.
Eagle putt was missed for Molinari, but holds the birdie putt at the 12th, picks up his first of the day.
I mean, this just, it's so lovely to watch. Just look at the swing, the almost abbreviated follow through all over the flag.
He does that a lot, especially with his shorter irons, and uses the slope and spin, and that led to a birdie 2 for Nicolai Højgaard.
There's still a little bit of work to do with the putter, but no nonsense, and up to 2 under par and into a share of the lead.
This was for par after a good chip. Francesco gets it up and down at the 13th.
Yeah, he's 1 under par. There's only 16 players under par. 2 of them are in our feature group. Interesting mix there. You're wondering what sort of course this suits. You know, some big hitting players there, and Campbell and Housing wouldn't necessarily put into that category. A couple under. 3 birdies so far from Adriano's in his opening 5 holes. So working their way down the par 4 14th. 2 on the fairway. Rasmus just the 359 yards down there, but has found the rough. Well, Rasmus was looking down the left side. According to us, it's down the right-hand side. So.
That just shows you the dog leg, doesn't it? It's pretty much 90 degrees, lying okay. So far down there, you can almost throw it on. Be a drive and a 5-iron for us.
Yeah, 359 yards. It is playing downhill, but it's only left him 140 yards left in. Francesco Molinari took a little bit of time out after the Open Championship. Didn't play again competitively until last week at Wentworth. Had a week with, I think we can call him a sort of semi-retired coach now, in Dennis Pugh. So they work very hard on his long game. That's the part of the game, really, Jay, that's been the forte of Francesco, which has been the part of the game that has let him down most over the last couple of years.
Well, he has the metronomic swing. Doesn't matter if it's a drive or a wedge shot. It has the same rhythm, and that's why it's so repeatable. It doesn't really try to do anything that he's not capable of doing. Really plays within himself. And I think that's his strength. And he had the huge year in 2018. He just started putting better.
He was talking to the Italian press yesterday, and he said, not sure about getting back to being the Francesco of 2018, but he is feeling like things are getting better. He's not there yet, he says, but slowly and surely it is improving.
Yeah, I had a chat with him, actually, Richard, last weekend at Wentworth, and Dennis Pugh, his coach, actually is here this week. His fitness coach, Rob, is also here, so he's clearly happy with the way he's trending. He's definitely on his way back. 154. And a strong breeze, probably 2 clubs now helping. So this is playing short, but you almost want to get past the pin. Anything short is going to leave yourself a difficult putt.
So that perfect lie. The fairways are just ideal here. A nice, safe play left of the hole for Molinari, taking trouble right out of play. The difficult thing is when you're downwind and you're trying to play safe and work it left to right, as the case would be here, the ball doesn't want to move much downwind.
Yeah, spot on, ball above his feet. 142 for McIlroy, probably playing about 120. A couple of wedges in there, one gap wedge.
Probably a little right of the line McIlroy was going for, but it's good now.
It's nice to see the sun peeping through.
Down out the left.
And Nicolai, Højgaard, just run through, and sometimes they're the thickest actually this week. It is a different type of grass when you're further in. This is sitting down just a fraction. Not a problem getting there, but just control's compromised.
He's played some fabulous golf so far. Not going to be a simple birdie putt, but it's still a very good look.
Hole's cut in a bowl in that back third of the green. Both Højgaard and McIlroy will have good putts coming up.
Well, Nicolai's brother Rasmus has just moved to 3 under par now. He's picked up a birdie at that 14th hole. Dan Helsing out in 33. He's just finished the back 9 with a 4 at the par 5 18. So they lead the way at -3. Robert Rock out in 35. 3 birdies on the card for the veteran Englishman. There's Francesco Molinari, Pablo Larrazabal, 1 birdie, no drop shots in the early stages of his round. Aaron Rise birdie coming at 11. You know, it's around this time of year where when the Ryder Cup will be played. September the 29th is the starting date. You can imagine the weather being a little bit like this, and the flag flapping around, and a little bit of moisture in the air.
Yeah, we're way south, but you know, this time of the year it could be anything. It could be hot, dry, and sunny, or it could be, you know, blustery and damp the way it is here today.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting such windy conditions today, really.
I'm glad you brought your sweater.
Yeah, especially, well, you love the air conditioning on, Jay, so that's why I brought that.
I'm enjoying the breeze, keeps the storms away. You know where I'm coming from, Jay.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There are some around. I won't give you a weather report because I know I overweather you at times, Anthony.
You do like that app.
Which one?
Exactly. They're all weather apps.
Looks like McIlroy's first to play.
He's actually got quite a nice putt coming back up the hill. Yes, he was leaning right. I actually prefer this to the others. It's slow. Bit of left to right in it. But on such slopey greens, it's rare you can be so aggressive as he can be here. 20 feet or so.
I'm shocked that that ball, I'm not shocked that it came up short of the hole, as Anthony said, it's very slow putt. I'm shocked that that ball went left to right at the end.
He expects. It's only 5 holes in, but still waiting for that first birdie.
Yeah, it's a clever little pin actually. It's in a bit of a bowl, so here's it was left to right, almost going against the terrain of the green. Much quicker. Should be a hair right to left for Molinari. Under par already, that's what you'll be expecting. This is no question the tougher 9, the backside. But there is a couple of chances with par 5, so you can make a score out here. It's a feely one.
Missed it on the low side and with well too much pace. That was a tough one to read, and I think that's the type of putt I was talking about earlier, that the memory comes in when you get rounds under your belt. These guys, they file every putt away. They call them up. And they don't think, oh, 3 years ago I had this putt, but they just remember that, okay, it breaks this way from this portion of the green to that hole location.
Anthony, would Nicolai be aware that Rasmus walked off with a birdie here, got to 3 under par, if there's a bit of sibling rivalry going on already?
If he doesn't, his brother will tell him this evening. Just golfers, let alone brothers. And you ever have dinner with your friends, relations, you always look out all the best stories, don't you? This is pretty straight, actually. More of a line of McIlroy's putt. Almost coming into the hill. But again, slow.
Anything he can do. Another Højgaard gets to 3 under par.
Nicolai making it look easy this morning as anything but, and par putt coming up for Molinari. Should have just a hint of left to right. It's uphill. Keep it inside the left edge.
Solid start from Francesco Molinari. A little disappointing from Rory McIlroy, but you can't ask for much more from the defending champion Nicolai Højgaard. 3 birdies in 5 holes so far, and it takes him alongside Dan Housing and his brother Rasmus into a share of the lead. Alejandro Cañizares, who started really well a couple of weeks ago in Prague. He's a couple under through 3 holes. One of those players who needs some strong finishes at the end of this year to try and keep hold of his DP World Tour status. Getting towards that latter end of the season now. Events start running out. No such worries for Richard Mansell, who started in category 17A, which is pretty much not a non-ranking, but not full status, but he's in that top 40 now on the DP World Tour. Sean Crocker, a winner this year. And there's Filippo Celli, who we're keeping an eye on. I think at the end of the day, if you tell him he's alongside Rory McIlroy, he'd probably take that.
I think if you finish alongside Rory McIlroy on every day, you're going to be doing very well. It's going to be tough to beat on most Sundays.
It's been a tricky day of scoring. There are scores to be had. We see those couple of players at 3 under, but many more players over par than under right now. We're working our way down the leaderboard there. Players at 2 over and beyond. Struggling to make birdies. Ricardo Gouveia there on the page. Couple of bogeys in the first 3 holes. Justin Walters started with a double bogey 6 at 10.
They played a couple holes downwind. Now they're going to turn back, and the 15th is into the wind. A slightly downhill tee shot, but that's all. 478 yards. Bunkers up the right. Not going to get much run here. Ball lands in an upslope. As the fairway starts to turn to the right for the second shot, it's straight uphill with a huge bank short of the green, as you can see from those yellow arrows. Holes cut in the back right portion of the green over those right 2 bunkers, which aren't overly deep, but they don't leave you a whole lot of room to play with. This is really going to be about club selection, trusting your number with the second shot, because you cannot see the putting surface.
Well, there's been a little bit of this, hasn't there? A few delays on tees. Chance for an early round snack for the players. There are the players up ahead. Anthony, it's been an impressive start, hasn't it, from Nicolai Højgaard, given, you know, he's playing with Rory, playing with Francesco Molinari, defending for the first time.
Well, it's interesting you talk about the missed cuts. I mean, there's no question when you're defending, it's on your mind. A few weeks before, you want to perform, you know, you're going to get a plum draw as well. Makes it even more impressive this morning, because it is difficult out here. It's a completely different golf course, and also they're waiting a lot, which I don't think helps anyone.
Yeah, he spoke about the Ryder Cup, and naturally it's one of his goals, but just trying to focus on his golf, let it happen. And a lot is made, Jay, isn't it, about, you know, the future of the DP World Tour in terms of the talent coming through, and the Højgaard twins come up constantly with that discussion, and early stages, there they are with a firm imprint on the leaderboard.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how could they not come up? I mean, they've got 5 wins between the 2 of them. They certainly know how to win. Nicolai, he did miss a couple of cuts, but he seems like, you know, he has really big weeks. It's not necessarily in professional golf about being consistent week in, week out. It's when you are playing well, having the confidence to go ahead and finish it off, and both brothers seem to be able to do that. Group ahead in the fairway, and you can see Lucas Herbert. Chelly's already played. He missed the green right, and Herbert has a medal of some type. I'm not sure if it's a lofted fairway medal or a hybrid. Looks probably like a hybrid. These into the wind holes are playing very long.
Anthony, while we're waiting and looking at this hole itself, am I right in saying, because we were having a little whiz around yesterday with David Howe on the golf cart, there's internal out of bounds, isn't there, here?
Yes, for the 14th, coming down the hill, so you don't cut the corner. Not for this particular hole. That would be a little bit unfair, Richard.
Yeah.
It's narrow enough as it is.
In case you're just joining us and wondering why are they only through 5 holes, there was an hour's delay this morning because of a little bit of electrical activity in the area.
And bunker down the right, Richard, that's normally in play 291. Not today, I don't think, back into the breeze. Once more elevated tees, they're probably playing 20 in. But it is a driver really looking down the left side for Højgaard.
Yeah.
Long and straight, that will work.
Absolutely, and that's what McIlroy is going to look for as well. Kind of needs to get things turning around, trying to get caught up in the slipstream of his playing companions. Molinari next, and clearly a long hole for a man that only hits it moderate length at best, Anthony.
Yeah, and they're pitching into an upslope, so no run. Pretty certain Molinari will be going with a wood for his second to an elevator green that sits across the players. But there is a lot of chances out here, there really is. So there is no panic. That's why I think it'll be a good Ryder Cup course, because there really is a lot of chances. You play 4 balls and foursomes, it'll be fun and games, especially if there's a breeze. The rough, I would imagine, will be up, so need to find the fairway, McIlroy.
I definitely think there will be some holes that are won with pars in the Ryder Cup.
All 3 players firmly on the fairway at 50. We've got 3 players tied for the lead, 2 by the name of Højgaard, the other Dan Housing, who went out in 33, couple of birdies and an eagle on the card for the Dutchman, who went really low in his last round of golf in the Maiden Himalayan, where he shot a final day 62 for only his 2nd top 10 on the DP World Tour. 16 players under par. Stephen Brown, the latest to have got under par, birdie at the 11th hole. Good local representation. Luca Cianchetti among those level par through half a dozen holes so far. Cianchetti with 6 straight pars to start his opening round of his national championship. Birdie, 1 bogey so far for Nicolai von Dellinghausen, who's been suffering with Lyme disease. Thankfully, it seems like it's all under control for the German after getting an insect bite when he was out in America. "78 players out on the course. Quite a few of them are having their struggles.
Well, it's a challenging day with the wind, and it's a golf course that is always going to be difficult. Much different test this year than last year. Last year there was not nearly the rough that there is this year. If you hit it in the rough, even before things got moist with the overnight rains, players were talking about it can't reach the green, and certainly has been the case today as well.
Rory McIlroy, as I think is the case most weeks, starting this Italian Open as the tournament favourite. He's been off to a slow start, but no doubt some of the words that he's had from Bob Rotella, who he mentioned yesterday he's been working with again in the last couple of months, a mind coach or a psychologist, whatever you want to call him.
Bob Rotella is probably the preeminent golf sports psychologist. He also works in many other sports. Big into tennis, especially in the collegiate world. I know I worked with Bob Rotella a little bit. I think John Morgan, who will be in our World Feed coverage this afternoon, he did as well. He's over to my right, nodding his head like a bobblehead over there, sitting in the back window of a motor vehicle as you go across a couple of bumps.
And that's, you know, that graphic there shows potentially the reason why Rory is 1 over par so far, not being able to hit those greens in regulation so far with any consistency. He talked about it bringing a relaxed focus to his game, Jay. I'm not sure exactly what that means personally.
The thing with Rory is I think, you know, he's 1 over par. He's missed a couple of fairways. He was lucky to find his ball at the 11th when he missed it wide right. But I think it's just, he's learning the course. That's what he's here for. He's trying to learn the course. He's putting in the hard work for next year's Ryder Cup.
He's here to win as well.
Yes, but I don't think that's was his main goal behind coming here. I mean, he always wants to win, but this is about next year.
Sure. And, you know, he played at Wentworth last week. It made sense. He's going to play the Alfred Dunhill Links Championship at the end of the month too. Second in the world now. He actually jumped up one place in the world rankings last week. He is #1 on the DP World Tour rankings, looking to win that for the fourth time. He's just off the back of winning the FedEx Cup as well, winning in Atlanta at East Lake a couple of weeks ago, turning around things against Scotty Scheffler after getting off to a poor start there. Remember, what was he, 3 over par after a hole?
They had a staggered start there. He started off 4 shots behind. After 1 hole, he was 7 behind. Hit it out of bounds, triple bogeyed his opening hole of the week, and it was an amazing comeback. A little bit of space between Molinari's tee shot and his 2 playing companions. There you can see where the tee shots have been through the field so far at the 15th.
Yeah, Rory with the longest drive of the day at this 15th hole, with that one 281 yards. Plays uphill, just to remind you. And Anthony, just remind us what the wind is doing here as well.
It's blowing into, just to put it into context, as you saw Molinari's drive, 246, he's still got 233. And he teed the first one up. It's some hole.
Yeah, it's nearly half a shot over its par.
He's only just halfway.
Yeah, no one's made a birdie here yet today. Not a huge surprise, especially uphill into the wind with that hole location tucked behind the bunkers.
When people are watching our main coverage, you know, we go from shot to shot. You don't get a sense of how much waiting around these players have to do at times out on the golf course, and that's when it's a case of knowing when to switch on and off.
That's why these guys are often seen having a chat walking down the fairway in between shots. They turn it off, they turn it back on. You know, once it's about to be your turn or it's your turn, you kind of focus. You know, you're really, as you're walking up, you're looking at everything, you're surveying, especially when you're walking up towards the green for putts or chips. When you walk up to the green, the lower eye level you have, if the green sits up in the air, you get a great low view. You're always walking around learning every step of the way.
And as I mentioned, 233, I got it playing 250. Elevated green, as you mentioned, Jade, pin tucked away. So this is harder than the tee shot, I would suggest. Just try and use the breeze off that left side. There's 40, 50 feet of green over there. Watch the group behind, they all sort of struggled with that left to right breeze, so maybe almost just start this left edge. It's going to move for sure.
Hard to run it up that green with that steep bank, and probably not reachable based on what Anthony was saying, 250. The way he felt it was playing, maybe even a little bit longer. Not sure that was a great strike, though.
No. Okay. Slow draw then, just coming down right into that tree. Good. Yeah.
As I mentioned, playing longer, so what's 208 playing? Probably 220 odd. They're trying to zip an iron up the hill. This is where length really comes into play. Yes, it's not a birdie hole, but he expects to hit the green, where Molinari was doing well to reach in 2. Wind's just picking up a fraction.
As if it needed to. I mean, it's strong enough as it is.
Yeah, I don't think it's swirling around it. He's a little gusty. There's sort of trees just dotted around, whether you can see any, but it's blowing pretty hard out here, but you're almost underneath the hill. I'm not sure really it's going to play a big part on this shot.
He gave that one the full business. You heard him talking. They're going to try and play a draw to a right hole location, and well, clearly drew it over the left half of the green. That's going to be an interesting putt.
If you can walk off with a 4 here today, you are gaining big time on the field.
Yeah, 15 and 10, two proper par 4s. Big drive, 280. Don't often say that for McIlroy. He'll be flighting this one, looking straight at it. He won't mess around. He wants some birdies.
Into the greenside bunker.
The faces of the bunkers are very firm, and that will clearly roll back down to the rake portion. They're wonderful bunkers. It's almost like sand belt in Melbourne, the way they're hard packed along the faces and just only raked in the very bottom.
What if this is a little taste for next year at Marco Simone Golf Club on the outskirts of Rome and the Ryder Cup? It might not be just a birdie fest, slug fest.
It won't be. As Anthony said, there's a lot of gettable holes, but there's a lot of holes where par is a play to a premium. 10, 15, we're seeing that right now as these players are challenged going uphill into the wind. But there's 2 drivable par 4s.
Potentially, I mean 11 wasn't today, but yes.
Right. 16 definitely will be today. It's
they
only
pushed the tee up, haven't they?
299 today, and it's down the hill. There's water guarding short and to the right of the green. But in the front 9, you've got 5 and 6, both under 400 yards, so they're just at most a layup and a little sand wedge or flick wedge in there. So there are a lot of opportunities. The 3 par 5s, they 9 will be into the wind today, but clearly 12 was nothing but a 3-wood and a mid-iron. 18 will be playing downwind left to right. It's over 600 yards long, but they'll be able to reach that no problem. It's downhill.
Yeah, and they pushed the tee up a little bit there today as well, and that's something they'll be able to do during the Ryder Cup as well. They can move tees forward if need be. Just to remind you who we're watching in our feature group, we've got the #1 player on the DP World Tour. We have the 2018 Open champion, 2-time Italian Open champion Francesco Molinari, and last year's winner Nicolai Højgaard, and it's the Dane who's made the fastest of the start amongst our trio.
Looks like it's going to be Molinari to play first from short of the green down the bank.
Almost think you've got to pitch this all the way, Jay. I have to say, McIlroy, I know he's blocked his second shot, but he's left it a perfect spot. Green that sits across you, quite a ridge, and it's almost like a saddle that runs across the middle. So Højgaard's putting, most of all Molinari's chip, as the wind continues to freshen. It's difficult. He does love to chip and run it, but off the upslope I don't think he can. He maybe go somewhere in the middle, try and maybe skip it up at the last bit of the slope. Every player sees these differently. You've got to get it past the pin.
Played it low, Anthony. I agree with you. I think with the wind in your face and that type of thing, would have been easier to fly it beyond where his ball came to rest.
Yeah, he could have pitched that all the way into the breeze. Good lie. Just short of pin eye, so he's got plenty of green. He's got probably 18, 20 feet of putting surface. So a man as good as Rory is out of the bunker. This is pretty simple.
Well played. Good bunker players love firm sand. It really allows them to do whatever they want. Rory wouldn't have been able to see the putting surface from down in that bunker, but it was really well played. Look at the speed down at the bottom. So important for all of you at home. McIlroy doesn't get the credit he deserves for his play around the greens. Wonderful imagination and the ability to execute.
So Molinari and McIlroy both there in 3.
Højgaard, this is not an easy putt. It has to come up and over and left to right. Should be a little bit of hurting wind as well, based on the fact that Molinari's pitch shot was straight into the wind. In the background, you can see the trees blowing. These are historic ruins in the background.
Odyssey putting stats showing us how many putts they've taken so far today. 3 better off so far from Nicolai.
Up the ridge and then back down the hill a little bit. Look at the pace control here from the defending champion. Ran a little bit past the hole from where he was. That was a pretty darn good putt.
Yeah, it was a good angle to watch it from as well. It had a little look.
Watch it nearly disappear right there. That was a low point, then had to go up a slope and then downhill.
Some putt. Højgaard, that was wonderfully judged from 60-odd feet. Let's see, much better than that. This is tricky, hard one to read. Left to right early for Molinari, then it will just continue to break, but it will straighten. It's quite a busy area around this green. You've got the hospitalities and 1 or 2 other tees and greens, so having to concentrate.
It's going to be a bogey for Molinari at 15, and I think mainly because the hole's playing so long he couldn't get it there in regulation. I'm not sure he really flushed his second shot, which was every bit of a 3-wood going in the best of times.
You can see his brother has slipped down out of that tie at the top. Dropped a shot here. Rasmus Højgaard, Nicolai to avoid a similar fate.
Really straightforward putt here. Right center, firm up the hill.
Excellent 2-putt.
And this is just showing how important distance off the tee is, where Molinari never had the opportunity to reach the green in 2 for a 2-putt par. Should be a mere formality here for McIlroy.
And although there may not be a birdie on the card yet so far for Rory, he has got in the next 3 holes a couple of real birdie opportunities, you feel, given his power at 16 and 18.
17 will be a challenge into the wind.
I didn't mention that one.
That's an interesting green. I can't wait to get to that one. Bogey putt for Molinari. Straight in, firm.
First drop shot of the day, taking the Italian back to level par. Yeah, coming to the 16th, which is kind of a proper Ryder Cup hole, isn't it, Joe?
Oh, it absolutely is, and that's where they're playing the Teep week. The graphic shows a layup. Not many players will be laying up. Wind should be helping, and from the left, obviously the water is going to be in play. The bailout's over to the left, that left bunker, as you can see, but if you hit in that left bunker today with this front left hole location, it is going to be a tee shot. It's kind of a coy hole. The hole is located. There's a putt from Chelly, and you can see from the wind on the ripples on the lake, it is helping. Looks like about equal amounts from the left.
I was going to say, Jay, sorry to interrupt you at the end there. This is the hole which provided a foundation for Nicolai last year. He eagled this hole twice on his way to winning. I don't think anyone else eagled it twice. Not too many eagled it once. Although, do you remember on the Sunday when he only just cleared the water.
Wasn't by much.
39,
Exactly. They moved the tee up enough where they're not teasing you, they're forcing you to go for it. If you're going to lay up, you're going to have to lay up with a 9 iron. They're telling you, we want you to hit driver. You don't have to. And I'm not sure it's even a driver for these long hitters, Anthony.
Yeah, I think it might be Fleetwood. I was here last year with Nicolai, and he absolutely nailed his driver to about 6 feet. Just went on to win, and he's helping out a left. It's just starting to warm up a little. Almost like Fleetwood, because the bailout a little bit left, you probably wouldn't catch the left-hand bunkers. I think driver's almost too much, and they'll carry the back side of the green.
I'm assuming there's some traffic ahead.
Yeah, just one finishing off. His brother again, he's waiting. Rasmus.
Darn
get some
brothers.
grief tonight, isn't he? How slow are you, Rasmus?
If only all of you in TV land could hear the conversations at dinner amongst the professionals, it would be worth the price of admission, I can promise you. There's a little bit of razzing that goes on.
Was that an intended pun with Rasmus?
No, it was just lucky. I think razzing is with a Z, isn't it?
Probably.
You would know.
Yeah. Not a word that's often in my vocabulary, I have to
Isn't
say,
it?
Jane.
Oh, there you go.
I think we're all good to go now, though.
Yeah, he went straight for the 3-wood. Is it a Z or a Z?
It's a Z.
Okay.
There's more of us than you.
Tomato.
Yeah, 100%.
Left to right, Jay, this one. Helping. You almost... You don't want to miss it left, but... Just a great hole. I've been looking forward to watching this again. This is the one hole I think you're really going to see some magic this weekend. This time next year for the Ryder Cup. It's going to be sensational. Everyone's going to go for it. I think you're right. You're almost forced to go for this with this front tee. You can't lay up.
He was a little concerned, but it's absolutely fine. It's a long putt, but fine.
Tell you what, some point later on in the week, that will be very close to the hole.
Just got to be mindful, McIlroy. Could go long with 3-woods. They're just trying to take a little bit off this, which, you know, left to right breeze isn't easy.
Well, I said he hasn't had a birdie yet. Well, maybe an eagle might be the way to kickstart the round.
No one's eagled the 16th yet. No one better than to start than McIlroy certainly has a reasonable opportunity coming up. Now, what about club selection from Molinari? Totally different style of play.
Same play. I think he's more pitching around the front, so he'll be looking left, hopefully catching that left to right.
Yeah, just as Anthony predicted, wonderful position for Molinari.
Well, Rasmus did make birdie at this 16th hole, so three-way tie at the top again at the Italian Open. Rory and Francesco deep in discussion. You can imagine as well the congregation that will be around this 16th too. Yeah, it will be an electric atmosphere. Good crowds today as well. They've come out this morning to to watch this 3-ball and others.
Well, the positioning as the third to last hole in match play is perfect because most games will go to, if not beyond, the 16th. And the chance to this be a decider, I mean, you can make a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So much can happen, especially in 4 balls.
This is a golf course that has been transformed with the Ryder Cup in mind. It was originally designed and back early in the late 1980s, early 1990s, and actually hosted the Italian Open in 1994, which was won by Eduardo Romero, but it's a completely different golf course from then. It only reopened back in March 2021, and all 18 holes have been transformed. It's the water feature down the left side of this hole, cuts across the fairway. You can hear from the steps how soggy it is underfoot.
25, that's when I don't believe. Yeah, 14. Yeah, 14.
The very version of King of 14.
Yeah, I just
Our feature group are on the signature hole at Marco Simone Golf Club, the drivable 16th. We've got 2 on the putting surface, 1 just short.
I think I would prefer to be in Molinari's position, chipping from short of the green, rather than defending champion Nicolai Højgaard putting from the extreme left or right part of the green, left as we look at it right now, 71 feet away.
Interesting, there are a couple of players there that laid up. One made birdie and one found the bunker and made bogey.
It's hard to see laying up here. I think you would have to lay up most likely with a 9-iron, maybe a chip 8.
It was Lorenzo Galli that found the bunker and dropped a shot there.
Now Carney also laid up and he made a birdie from the right side of the fairway. The only 2 players that have laid up.
You want to go or should I go?
Up to you.
Okay, I can come and go.
Just waiting to see the body language, see who's going to go first. I would imagine Nicolai will putt up and over the slope back into the breeze.
He's just had a 60-odd foot putt at the last, Anthony. I mean, his putting distance control was excellent then. How much will this test him?
Yeah, I think this is easier. More because we know it's slow. The other one, a little bit of help coming in the last 15, 20 feet over the ridge, where this is predominantly uphill all the way right to left. It might get a wriggle on towards the end as it cambers from right to left, but overall he's got to hit this pretty hard. But strong group really, 3 cracking tee shots to find the putting surface. I know Molinari's a couple short, but really quite impressive.
That was a very good putt from nearly 72 feet uphill into the wind. 2 holes in a row, good approach putts from distance.
And if you haven't seen that much of Nicolai Højgaard before and you're just watching this feature group this morning, you will see why there is so much chatter about him and his brother. It's been a very controlled start to the defence of his title.
It's interesting, had the chipper out to start, which I think is the play, but he's gone now to the putter. I think it takes the 2 out of play putting it, but drivable par 4. I think he'll be happy with a birdie 3. He is a good chipper. I'm a little bit surprised that he's gone to the putter. Left to right, grain's very thick on this fringe, so very hard to pick a line.
You would think chipping would have taken some of this early break out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. He has won a major, mind.
I think he played that pretty well. Really hold it. Tap in coming up. Anthony's right. Most of the time from off the green, if you're going to chip, you have a better chance of holding it than you do going with the putter. In the end, he got the score he was looking for.
I got this sort of inside a cup right. So it's quite a break early on. Then sort of just drifting off the right all the way towards the hole. So magic moment to get under par. It's going to happen sooner or later. Real strong birdie chance at 18. I can't see McIlroy ever shooting over par. He's so good. If he looks confident nowadays, much more than he used to. His wedge plays better. He putts better.
Just a little bit less pace, and that would have gone in. It was a good effort, aggressive effort. The next one's not a gimme. Already has the putter grip out, doesn't he? He's ready.
Yeah, the Ryder Cup putter grip, yeah. Saw him when he arrived at Wentworth on Sunday. He was wearing his Ryder Cup hoodie there as well.
Doesn't matter how many you've played in. It's such a special event. The greatest event in golf by far. And I say event because it's not a tournament, it's not a championship.
So, first birdie of the week for Rory McIlroy. It's come at 16, a little puff of the cheeks. It's been a little hard work, but you should expect he'll be there or thereabouts.
Such a nice approach putt for our defending champion. Just a little tap in. And another birdie.
Yeah, alone at the top, 4 under par. Now, it's over a year, with pretty much 12 months to the Ryder Cup. A lot of golf for Nicolai to play between now and then. But if he wins this event last year,
he's on the team.
Performs well again here this week on this golf course.
Unless he plays terrible for the next 54 weeks, yes, is the answer to your question.
Yeah, 13 under par was his winning score around here a year ago, and he's already moved with 4 birdies in those opening 7 holes to the top of the leaderboard again. Still just 15 players under par. Xander Lombard with back-to-back birdies at 11 and 12 after making double at 10, so he's back at even. There is Francesco Molinari now in that group at 1 under par. Rory now inside the top 20. It's been a tricky morning. At least the sun has emerged once or twice. Very heavy rain overnight and this morning. Some thunderstorms were around as well, which is why we had the delay of 1 hour. And these the players who have got to try and turn things around. Early stages of their opening round, already a couple over for the likes of Johannes Veerman. Richard McIlroy out in 38. And it's easy to see why some of the players, Jay, are posting those kind of numbers out there. Richard Sterney's just gone double bogey 13, bogey at 14.
It's an exacting golf course, and we've already talked about it today, and we're going to talk about it all week. This type of rough, the rough is much deeper, much more severe than last year. It's a different test than last year. The greens are actually slower. I think they took feedback from last year when the greens they got a little bit away from, I think, the setup that was intended. They're slopey, it got windy, and they're slowed down a little over a foot from last year. Right around 11 is the ideal number they felt this week.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
Yeah.
we've played all. This is close to the same as 10.
Yeah, exactly. Just hair from the right. That's good. It's good. Like 2-10 shot with that. Perfect.
Well, if your eyes light up with the opportunities that await at 16, well, 17 is a very different test, isn't it, Anthony?
Yeah, this is where the field go in reverse. Tiny little greens, really cracker of a. You don't often see a green like this falling away from the left. 2 or 3 tiers in it. Miss it right, you're struggling as well. Back into the breeze off the right. 199, probably playing about 220. You really got to just try and hold something here, just cover the ball and almost start it right edge and just hold it, almost fade it into this breeze. That's what he's attempting anyway.
Ah!
That's it.
Not a fun spot down there, well below the level of the green. So easy to miss it to the left, Anthony. There's the bank over on the right. There's no real bailout, is there?
Yeah, there really isn't. That's going to be a popular spot. But he started that right edge and just continued to move. McIlroy also looking down the right. He's still got to hold it, Mo. It's pretty exposed, this part of the course. Pretty high, almost highest point.
Well, one left, one right. And I'm sure Francesco Molinari has heard the story from his brother Eduardo when he made a hole-in-one here last year.
Well, there's plenty of room on this green. I did do well to hit it, though. It's about 25 yards wide, 25 feet wide, and it sits under the hill.
And
I
Anthony
can't feel the breeze, sorry, Richard, but once the ball definitely releases, it's pretty difficult to judge.
And Jay, this is not even the tough flag.
No, this is a friendly one, and that ball's going to go down. So 2 left and 1 right. I'm not sure that McIlroy's chipping downwind is a whole lot easier than the 2 well down the bank to the left.
All 3 players making birdie at the last, all struggling for par at 17.
You can see the wind tugging at the shirts, bending the trees in the background. It's a challenging first round on a golf course that demands precision.
Which makes the start that Nicolai Højgaard's made even more impressive, although he'll have his work cut out to remain at 4 under. His brother's dropped a shot here, so he's back at 2 under again. Confirmation of where they stand through those first 7 holes. McIlroy now back to level par.
Højgaard and Molinari down to the left. McIlroy ventures off to the right, where he is down in a little collection area, a little swale right of the green. There's his ball on the left side of the screen. And if we pan over to the right, well down the bank.
How much below the level of the surface of the green are they over there?
Struggling to see the putting surface. And Nicolai is not exactly short. The good news is for the guys that are left, although it does look like Molinari might be on the far side of a drain, he might have a downhill lie. Oftentimes the drains they're always in the low spot, but the drain gives you an idea, you know, from us viewing. Do you have a downhill lie or an uphill lie? And if you're on the far side, as Molinari is from the drain, it's that little dark spot about 10, 12 feet this side of his golf bag. That would be the low spot that everything drains down into.
Fair play, Jay. Not much gets past you. He's on a bit of a downslope, Molinari. Should be Molinari to play first. McIlroy actually is in quite a good little spot where he is. No real issue. Trying to cut across this, Nicolai. Use the breeze. He's also on a little bit of a downslope into the grain. Really trying to hold the face on this, grab some air.
That came off low with a lot of spin. What a shot.
That's just showing off.
Why not?
Exactly. If you got it, flaunt it.
Smile. He knows how good that was. I think it might have come off a little lower than he had anticipated, but with a tremendous amount of spin.
Well, you've got the prodigious hitting, you've got the short game skills. It all adds up to a very potent mix for Nicolai Højgaard.
In my mind, he's 4 under par through 8 holes of his opening round, his opening defense round, on the more difficult of the 2 9s.
It's a bit different. It's a bit difficult for Molinari. He plays the ball further forward. Always plays a little bit more of a hook spin, completely opposite to Nicolai. So the pressure's on here with the crowd expecting. Equally as good.
Off that downslope, that was an amazing shot, because you have to loft it up because the green's so far above you. That was, I agree with Anthony, equal if not better because of the differing lie.
And he had the pressure of watching the first one.
Yeah, exactly.
Difficult. I'll give one 10 out of 10 and one 9. This is much easier for McIlroy. Good lie, he could prefer it. Coming across the slope, just needs to pitch on top. And it will gently release down. Oh, didn't see that. Nice.
They had the club face wide open. I mean, that was a high tariff shot, played well. When you got that bank going down the other side, you better catch this just right, and he did. You spin yours like that, don't you, Richard?
Sure. I think we're seeing a good reason why these 3 players are in our feature group this morning.
You can't be a top player unless you have a good short game. You can, but it's unusual. Let's put it that way. Short game makes up for mistakes.
That's the thing, Jay, isn't it? You know, you talk about having tough holes to play, but when you've got a short game, good players always feel they can get out with a par. It makes a big difference to your mindset.
And oftentimes it gives you the ability to maybe be a little bit more aggressive, knowing that if you do miss it, you can still make a par.
Maybe just a little right to left, but it's quick. It's all about pace, Molinari.
So it's going to be a second bogey in 3 holes for the 2-time champion.
Good look here at McIlroy's putt, and this should go a little left to right. Every bit of 4 feet, and there's the look we want. Now, do you start it on the edge and hit it firm, or do you want to just coax it in there more dead weight and start it outside the left edge? I say inside left.
Doesn't do that very often anymore, Rory McIlroy, but one's gone there, including a golf ball.
Frustration there. All 3 hit wonderful pitch shots, but it doesn't do any good if you don't convert the putt.
Well, he's back over par. Rory McIlroy, no wonder he's scratching his head, and he's 5 behind his playing partner for this morning in the shape of Nicolai Højgaard, who's opened up a 2-shot lead with that wonderful up and down at 17. Adrian Else has just picked up his 2nd par of the day. It's come at the 17th. 15 players only under par on a blustery morning just out in the outskirts of Rome. Round 1 of this DS Automobiles Italian Open, or Open d'Italia as they like to say around these parts. All pars so far from Jonathan Cornwall, breakthrough winner last year on the DP World Tour in Northern Ireland. I should say in Sweden, from Northern Ireland. Trio of Italians there, Saracino, Romano and Manzoni. There's Rory McIlroy now, back to 1 over par. Par 5 18th to come, chance to get it back, and as you suggested, Jay, maybe, although I'm looking at my leaderboard, it might not be suggesting as such, but you reckon that it's possible to score better on the front 9 of this golf course?
Well, let me have a look, Richard.
Yeah.
And I would say that
there's only 1 hole playing under par on that front 9 compared to, was it 3 on the back?
Scoring is actually higher on the front 9 when par is 35 in the front 9. So the actual scoring is nearly 2 shots over par on the front 9. And on the back 9, it's 1/3 of a shot under par. So what does that tell you?
It tells you.
I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, but I think that's purely down to the conditions and also the changing nature of this golf course, given the rough that's around. Look at that, Paul Waring just had a 9 on the card, and that's why he's slipped down to 6 over par. That came at the par 5 ninth. Good to see a little bit of suntan being applied to for Nicolai Højgaard. I never think that's always, when I'm playing golf, putting sun cream on like that, then gripping the club's not always so easy.
Yeah, it's very odd. Normally the players do that before they go out on the golf course.
Yeah, Nicolai Højgaard maybe wasn't expecting the sun to appear given the weather conditions when they went out. What was supposed to be at 8:30 this morning turned out to be 9:30, but the sunscreen now being applied. And what a fabulous start it's been to the defence of his title. Certainly been outscoring his playing partners.
Yeah, there's a good video on YouTube. Wear sunscreen. Really exposed to it on the golf course. And, you know, on a day like today, you can actually get a little bit of wind burn as well.
Yeah, the first of those DP World Tour wins came at this Italian Open back in 2006, which was only his 2nd season on tour. Played in 3 Ryder Cups now. All 3 of them victorious Ryder Cups as well, worth mentioning. One of them including the Miracle of Medina, where he managed to halve his match with Tiger Woods. 2006, 2016, the other Italian Open victory, the only Italian to have won this event twice since it became part of the DP World Tour. Well, we are just about 17 kilometers right here at Marco Simoni from the center of Rome. And it is, well, it's one of the places to come, isn't it, in Central Europe. The Italian capital with the Colosseum. It's a hustling, busy, cosmopolitan centre with just amazing artefacts bristled with history from, as you'd expect, given the name of the city, from the Roman times. The Trevi Fountain. Throw a few coins in there, brings you a little bit of luck. There you are, confirmation of what we were saying earlier. Smallest country in the world. And some great artwork inside the Basilica as well. It's stunning. There's nothing else to say. It's not the hometown for Francesco Molinari, but a place he's been to many times before. And Rory McIlroy got a good tour guide the other day because of the fact his wife Erica was a student here for over half a year, so knows the place well. Rory's wife and little girl are here with him this week. Still waiting for the fairway to clear. Here's Filippo Celli, who's making his professional debut today, but still looking for a first birdie. Couple of bogeys on the card.
And they have moved the tee up here at 18. On the card, the hole measures 626 yards. They moved the tee up to the next tee from the back, 33 yards. And this is really kind of, I think, more preparation and testing for the Ryder Cup. They want kind of a risk reward, a gamble.
I don't know if Anthony can hear us right now, but I know, Anthony, you were asked for your, I mean, as all the players were, you were asked about your thoughts of the course when you had a look around here last year, and this is one of the holes where you did put a little bit of input in.
Yeah, just the tees. They were just a little bit low, so I think they've raised them by about 5 or 6 meters, just so you could see more of the fairway. You really couldn't see anything but the left-hand bunker, and I just felt such a beautiful finish that you need to see it, which they've done, which is nice. They take on, that's why we're here. We take on board the players' views over the years. Happened at the Belfry many times. They made many changes there. It's become a wonderful place, Birmingham in England. Quite a pretty place out here now. It's maturing nicely.
So how long is this hole? Because we know on the card it's 625 yards. How long is it playing today, Anthony?
I think it's playing somewhere sort of mid-500s. I think the left-hand bunker is not a problem to carry. It's playing about 300 now, as Jay was saying, with the tee move forward.
And let's have a look while we wait. There you can see the second tee up. And that brings into play the bunker up the left side. Today it's just over 310 to reach, but with downhill nature and the wind helping, should be able to take that bunker out of play. And then, of course, going for the green in 2, it's always dangerous with the water over on the left side. Holes cut on the right side of the green near that bunker, which you'll get a lot of bailouts playing away from the water with that second shot off of oftentimes a downhill lie. We should see a lot of 4s here, one would think, and it's playing a little bit more than a half a shot under par. The second easiest hole on the golf course so far today. Has already been 12 birdies. Not an eagle yet, though, which is surprising.
And we were talking about how the front nine is actually playing a couple of shots harder than this back nine, so you feel like
relative to par, yes.
Yeah, so you feel like this is an opportunity you need to take.
100%. And Rasmus Højgaard did not birdie the 12th hole, which was a down par 5, so he is atop the leaderboard 4 under par without birding probably the easiest hole in the golf course. Just to get confirmation, yes, the 12th is the easiest hole in the golf course. It's a par 5.
Well, our leader is outside the top 70 right now on the DP World Tour ranking, 72nd for Nicolai Højgaard. Here's the top 10. Rory's got a 1,000 point advantage over Victor Hovland. Matt Fitzpatrick here this week as well, very much in the frame to try and finish as Europe's #1, win those DP World Tour rankings. What a season it's been for Tristan Lawrence. Won the first ever in its new name DP World Tour event in that 36-hole Joburg Open. Ryan Fox, who picked up a bit of a knee injury last week. Adrian Meronk there at number 8, having a fantastic season, got that breakthrough win now. A couple of wins for Ewan Ferguson in Qatar and Northern Ireland. First Scotsman to win twice on the tour since Paul Lawrie. And top 50 is where you need to be. That's the positions you need to be to make sure you can tee it up at Jumeirah Golf Estates for the DP World Tour Championship, which is only a couple of months away now. And really worth mentioning Richard Mansell there at number 38. He's currently one off the lead. He didn't have full status at the start of the year, so to get into the top 40 like that shows how well he's done with the opportunities he was given. So there are the top 50. Mathieu Pavon in the target spot. There is Rasmus at 60. And as I mentioned, 72 for Nicolai Højgaard. A couple of missed cuts coming into this week, only by one shot. Missed the cut in his homeland in Himmerland, and then last week at Wentworth.
It is just a long wait. Big wide fairway at 18. There you can see, looking back up to the tee on the far left side of your picture. It's how much it plays downhill. Let's not forget it always flattens out on your TV screen.
It was very overcast, a lot of rain this morning. It's so nice to see the sun emerging. Yesterday, I mean, temperatures were in the high 70s, reached probably in the mid 80s at one point yesterday afternoon. It's still warm out there, but a lot breezier.
Look the players get while standing on the tee, and the nice thing is it's a friendly tee shot, so you're not standing waiting for 10 minutes or so on a tee shot that just petrifies you to begin with. It's a pretty easy one. You give it the full business here. If you don't hit it in the fairway, you can always lay up.
Well, we've already seen one tee shot today from Nicolai Højgaard of 359 yards. That was also on a downhill hole, so you'd expect something similar here from the Dane.
Yeah.
And normally the left-hand bunker's in play, but with the strength of the breeze, the tee's moved up. Not really in the players' minds. But with these thick fringes around these fairways, the rough, you've got to be careful. You do want to find the fairway, because I imagine the whole field's making 3 and 4 here. Real gettable 5 today.
Body language suggested a little further right than he wanted, but absolutely fine.
To stop right there, it's a little bit of a plateau. If it goes another few yards, it's a more severe downslope.
I have the stats in front of me. How far down do you think that's gone?
I'm going to say that's 383.
Well, I'm going to wait and see what Anthony says.
He's about 6 feet left of his brother. McIlroy, same play. Been leaning right a little bit today. That was the same as Sunday at Wentworth.
It's going into the long stuff.
Now, the stat I have in front of me for that Nicolai Højgaard drive is 406 yards. Anthony, is that maybe not taking into account the tees being pushed up?
Yeah, that's not the...
Yeah.
That's using the back tee.
Yeah.
It's sort of, I've calculated it's probably about, yeah, that's probably 370. Still not bad though, Richard.
Yeah, it's
is
all
it?
right.
We'll
It's okay.
take it, wouldn't you?
It'll do.
Win your monthly medal. Driver for Molinari. I think this left-hand bunker might be in play for the Italian, so he needs to try just a little harder here.
Now, following McIlroy into the right rough, neither, unless they get extremely lucky, will be able to go for the green in 2. And we'd almost chalked up McIlroy to a birdie here because it's a downwind par 5.
Nothing guaranteed from that tee shot for sure. Might be a little bit of luck in terms of there have been some spectators around. Might have trampled it down a bit, but considering it's the first morning, it's unlikely to be too pleasant even with that. Just looking at the leaderboard there on your page, Nicolai Højgaard we know, but Gavin Green has picked up another birdie at 14. Adrianaus has had 5 birdies on his opening 9 holes, playing the back 9 like we're watching here. Couple of bogeys as well, but turns in 33. Ditto out in 33 for Richard Mansell. So we mentioned that Rory McIlroy's 1,000 points ahead on the DP World Tour rankings. You can see the points available this week. Not even if the closest person to him was going to win, would he be toppled at the top of the rankings, even if he was gone and missed the cut. Rory McIlroy looking to make it a DP World Tour, PGA Tour double. Only one man's done that in terms of the FedEx Cup in the past. And of course, Rory did that by winning a couple of weeks ago in Atlanta.
I've been knocking on the door so much this year. 6 behind on the first tee on Thursday, and I was 10 behind on the third tee. So I guess it just shows you anything's possible.
Rory McIlroy.
I went up against the best player in the world today, and I took him down, and that's got to mean something.
McIlroy catches him. What a birdie, and what a start.
They want to see fireworks. If this goes in, you'll hear fireworks.
I got a little lucky with Scotty not playing his best golf today, and I took advantage of that.
Rory McIlroy firing the crowd up at 15 green with that long birdie putt.
Be the first to do anything in the game that you love so much. It's an incredibly proud moment.
FedEx Cup signed, sealed and delivered by Rory McIlroy for a record third time.
And no sign of fatigue since that from Rory McIlroy. In fact, he says that a win like that just energizes you.
Have I got to move?
First man since Tiger Woods to win 3 tour championships now.
I might have to move here, Paul.
And a great experience this for Nicolai Højgaard. He won't have done this too many times, walking alongside the world number 2.
No, it certainly is something he would have been looking forward to this week. As a defending champion, you can't assume you're going to play with the top player, but typically it does happen. That is the ball of Nicolai Højgaard, the only of the 3 to hit it in the fairway, but Rory and he are having a good chat. Well, you know, Rory's thinking, wow, this guy plays pretty good in this course. I might like him as a partner.
And Nicolai's saying, no, sorry, it's me and Rasmus. We're a partnership.
I think it would be tough to put a couple of rookie brothers together.
You think?
I think it would be, yeah. Yeah, typically the Europeans kind of have a little bit of a, you know, old sage with the new rookies. That's how they go about it. Maybe for a brother partnership, they would abandon that type of...
Well, I think, I don't know the exact... I think Rasmus and Nicolai together, when they played like amateur level, I think they've got an amazing record. Of course, they've been part of winning Danish teams, Eisenhower Trophy and elsewhere.
A little bit different in the Ryder Cup.
I know. But it's a natural gelling.
I agree with that. It just goes against the typical pairing process that the Europeans have done, but they could, you know, change, no doubt.
But it's gone down as 393 yards as the...
I guess 383. I wasn't far off for a guess.
No.
You put me on the spot there.
Yeah, it was a good guess. I'll give you
pull it out of a hat.
Well, now the question is, what are these lies like for Messrs Molinari and McIlroy?
And the good news or the bad news?
I don't mind. Depends who's who.
Well, McIlroy can't even see his.
Oh. So better news for Francesco?
Yeah, he's sitting well. Not quite like a coconut, but he is is sort of growing with the grain on top of it. McIlroy would be lucky if he moves it 15 feet. He's looking sideways at the minute.
Would you say it's a lot worse than the one he had at, what was it, the 11th hole?
Oh yeah, he's playing now. He's just going sideways. He moved it 12 feet.
Wow. I mean, if you're just joining, so the difference between last year and this year, there was your prime example, Anthony.
Yeah, absolutely. Nearly 10 yards off the fairway as well. But huge piece of bad luck. Could have easily got some sort of lie. Decent lie from Molinari. He'll be able to get this pretty close, if not on. 244 is probably playing about 210. The penalty area down the left, that's what he's staring at. Wind off that side. Difficult shot, but he could easily be chipping out like McIlroy was.
And just playing for position. Lucky to get the lie that he did.
That's a smart play. Could have gone for it, but I like that play.
I'm assuming it's going to be McIlroy to play before Nicolai Højgaard here.
Chopping it down, McIlroy. Nothing but laying up. Lie poor once more. Loving life at the minute.
Yeah, I bet he is.
I think that was sarcasm, Richard.
Yeah.
Lies 3 in the fairway, over 100 yards away on a reachable par 5. McIlroy has not driven the ball well so far in this opening round.
Yeah, this is playing the easiest hole on the golf course.
Amazing. Downhill all the way. He's got a perfectly flat lie. 206. 7 iron. He'll be aiming at the TV tower, which is smack bang in the middle of the green. Perfect. Sounds easy. Never is, though.
Relatively flat lie on a downhill fairway. And right where Anthony said he would be aiming. Good result. Eagle putt coming up for our leader. Can he stretch the lead? That putt will tell a lot.
Well, I'm sure he can. It's a one-shot advantage he holds now over a handful of players. Nicolai von Dellinghausen has joined the group at 3 under par. Just birdied 15. All the players you can see on the leaderboard there on that first page, you see the asterisks by their name. So Gavin Green's the odd man out, just confirmation of that. All the other players in that top 6 had started at the 10th, like Nicolai Højgaard and the players we're watching in the feature group. Xander Lombard reacting superbly to a double bogey at 10. He's followed it with 3 birdies in a row. There's all your players under par. Rory McIlroy is not amongst them, and he's not going to make any inroads here.
It's a cracking pin just on the ledge. He'll do well to get this close, McIlroy. It's made for a second shot, not for a fourth with the gap wedge.
This is a part of the game, Anthony, where over the last 6 months he's had a massive improvement. The PGA won but last in the rankings from post the Masters.
Yeah, ball change, that's helped. Not so much spin. But this is actually quite difficult, almost looking long, I think, and just accepting 12 feet. Anything pitching around the hole will come back to him. This will take some skill to get inside 8 feet, which is what he's looking at.
And that will be for par. It's not even really in the right section of the green. There you can see the different colors different sections of the green. Oftentimes these greens have 4, 5, 6 sections. They're fairly large putting surfaces, but they play very small if you're trying to get it close enough to have a relatively straightforward putt.
Well, Nicolai's shown how to do it today, even in these tough, blustery conditions. But it's all aspects, really, of Rory McIlroy's game, because he hasn't driven it that well, and he's missed a short one on the 17th. There was an earlier putt as well where I think he had a good birdie look and was nowhere near.
This is a huge putt coming up for McIlroy for sure, but an important shot for Molinari.
Yeah, very much so. A bit more of a running, chasing shot, I think, up the tier for the Italian. I don't believe he'll pitch this on top. Tough one to judge, actually. Seems to be saying that a lot out here today. Not easy. Will it chase?
Good control for distance. Maybe pulled it a little bit. After missing the fairway, Molinari giving himself an opportunity to make a birdie.
Well, Rory McIlroy does have some input over the course setup for next year. He might
be saying cut the rough.
Exactly where I was going, yeah. Yeah, reminder, the feature group, Rory McIlroy, you know all about him. Francesco Molinari, 2018 Open winner, and the defending champion, Nicolai Højgaard, who's putting up a terrific defense right now, although you might note on the right-hand side of your screen there, he has been joined at the top of the leaderboard by Gavin Green. Birdies at 14 and 15 from the Malaysian. But every chance Nicolai might push ahead again here. It's him to putt next, and this is for eagle.
It's pretty straightforward. It might just move left, his left at the end. But up a step. To say, perfect tee shot, brilliant second, didn't take it on. Got it pin high, that was the nature of the day. On this hole anyway, just a little bit right to left at the end.
Just as Anthony thought, a good pace, just left of the hole. Easy tap in birdie to get to 5 under. Back in the lead on his own. Defending champion clearly has the eye for the Marco Simone Golf Club,
which won't harm his Ryder Cup aspirations. 31, best 9 holes so far of the day.
If he wins this week, you pick him, don't you?
Yeah, we were discussing that a little earlier. Here's looking at Rory McIlroy's strokes gained putting, and look how much it's improved over the last couple of years. Brad Faxon has had a little bit to do with that too, helping Rory on the greens.
And for me, the McIlroy luck continues. Difficult one to read. There's the case for both in the last 6 feet as he just comes up the small ridge. I couldn't really get a defined swing on this.
Huge putt to not drop a shot at a downwind, downhill par 5, easily within reach for McIlroy. That was a massive result going to the front 9.
Yeah, Caddy Harry had a huge grin on his face taking the putter there. It wasn't an easy putt. It was such a hard hole after the rotten lie he found off the tee. It's a fighting 5 for McIlroy, and it keeps him within touching distance at least. It's been a struggle of a front 9.
Similar look to Højgaard's putt up the hill, Molinari, right to left. Fooled them both.
So Molinari level par, McIlroy 1 over. Nicolai Højgaard 5 under par and the tournament leader. So round one of this DS Automobiles Italian Open, and it's the defending champion Nicolai Højgaard who has mastered the tricky conditions so far. Edges one ahead again of Gavin Green, who's had 5 birdies in his last 9 holes. Impressive play once again from Richard Mansell. How often have we said that this season? 15 players in the red. Aaron Rai was a couple under par, but just dropped one at the par 3 17th. We saw how tricky that hole's been playing. Sean Crocker was one of those under par, but has just dropped a shot at the first as he turns. Pablo Larrazabal has just birdied the 17th, so back to level par he goes. And when you consider 78 players are out on the course and you've only got 25 players at level par or better, that gives you a good idea of how tough things are playing right now at Marco Simone Golf Club. Just running you through some of the players here that are having their struggles, including Grant Forrest, Scotsman at 3 over par. And I've got players out on the course at 6 and 7 over par as well. Looking at this front 9 now, starting out as you'd expect at what will be the opening hole for the Ryder Cup.
An extremely difficult hole. Once again, an uphill tee shot and an uphill second shot. Plays about 7 yards longer than its yardage. A back left hole location today. Wind coming mostly out of the right here. This is a far from easy hole. Currently the second most difficult hole on the golf course. Playing a little bit more than a half a shot over par as McIlroy gets ready with the driver.
Yeah, bunker down the right, Jay. 303 for McIlroy. That's where he's looking. Actually looks like he's aiming left, maybe cutting into this breeze. Take a bit of distance off it. It's a good first hole, this. This will get the nerves jangling. It's strong.
It's another fairway missed, unfortunately, for Rory McIlroy, and it looked like it sat down again. The rough, Anthony, almost reminds me of what we saw in 2018 at Golf Nacional. How long it is at places.
Yeah, it's thickening up as well. It's growing quickly. It's sort of US Open style, the old school, and with so many sort of just over the brows. It's sort of the new design, isn't it? They almost want to mess around with the golfer's mind. It's hard to pick a point, but for me, standing on the hill above, it's aim up the right, use the breeze. No point fighting it. 2 bunkers down that right. Almost use them as rugby posts, goal posts. But they are tough to find. They're not that wide. They're soft, but they're not that wide, these fairways. Nicolai's not struggled though, has he?
I think that was a commentator's jinx. He's not struggled and then
always
hits it wide left.
Always blame the commentator. Normally it's the caddy, isn't it?
Or Jay Townsend.
Oh, now you're reminding me of my wife.
Wind's a constant. Couple of clubs right to left, as I mentioned. Molinari. I actually think this suits him. He can just pop this down the right. He's not running out. Just a little.
Imagine how hard it's going to be a fairway to hit, given the tee shots we've seen here. Imagine it's day one of the Ryder Cup. Yeah, the nerves will be jangling. I noticed the wife comment. I assume you're assuming right now, given she's in the US, that she won't be awake at this time.
No, she's still asleep.
Yeah,
yep.
I assume that was the case.
Definitely not. And I would be if it was later in the day, I would be taking a chance because it's going to rain at home today. It's a rare day that she doesn't play golf. My lovely does play 6 days a week. She might be a bit of a fanatic.
My wife probably doesn't even know what country I'm in right now.
Oh, no, she didn't know what country I was in. No, she didn't. We have a group text message with a bunch of friends at home, and she thought I was in Paris this week. And I said, well, you did have the right continent. Typically, she doesn't know what country I'm in.
It's another lovely European city, that's for sure.
Absolutely, going from one to another. Paris next week.
Yeah.
How brave are you today?
Well, I'm very brave because I don't think she has it taped and she's asleep.
It's always they re-record the second play out. Dear, dear, dear.
I'm sure you'll tell her up at the Dunhill Links when she comes over in a couple of weeks, Anthony.
Every chance. I might even send her the tape.
That's what friends are for.
Changes on this golf course.
And the only flat hole in the entire golf course. They all have movement up or down. I think you'd get the odd side hill hole where you're just walking level on the side slope. Not the case here.
No.
Okay.
Now, Rory's had some pretty ugly lies. I wonder what he's going to get here at the first.
Rory's looked like it really did settle down just off the fairway in that primary cut, which gets all the sprinkling and the fertilizers. I think Højgaard might get more lucky. More sparse grass up on the side of the hill.
Well, Nicolai's got his ball pointed out to him. Deep look down. Are you a fan, Jay, of course setups like this where the rough is this thick?
With my driving accuracy throughout my career, I thought two things should have happened. There should be no rough in all fairway, or no fairway and all rough, which no fairway and all rough, that way the rest of the field would have been playing out of the same stuff I played out of.
I meant from a spectacle point of view, not necessarily about your own game.
I like rough. I like there to be a premium on driving. That's what I like to watch. That's what I find more interesting to commentate on. And I think it creates a little bit more pressure on the tee in order that there's more premium on hitting it in the tee. And I think it creates more club selection dilemma off the tee when they have to hit it in the fairway.
Well, he hasn't made the fairway here at the first, but having started the day at the 10th at 9:30 this morning, what a fantastic 9 it's been for Nicolai Højgaard. Par at the first, the 10th hole.
Uphill into the wind, plays this with a lot of spin. Landed it back there on purpose, using spin and slope. Now going down the slope, and sets up a perfect tap-in birdie at his second hole of the day.
Yeah, fabulous shot. Great control. And surprisingly, didn't make birdie at one of the easier holders on the back nine, the par 5 12th.
13 is not an easy one. Left hole location. They can see most of the flagstick. Working it right to left on the wind and the slope, and that was an amazing tee shot at 13. Led to a birdie.
Off to 14, and another birdie opportunity. And one superbly taken. Made a really good par at 15 as well.
Drove the green at the par 4 16th. This is a long eagle attempt. Wasn't going to make it, but that was a brilliant putt from nearly 72 feet.
All set up with a drive of over 390 yards. 2 putts for another birdie at 18.
And you can see he had to go up a slope to get to where the hole's cut. Perfect pace. He's done everything right. Really, the first shot we've seen him miss was the tee shot at his 10th hole, the first hole on the card.
Well, I'm not sure what the secrets of Marco Simone Golf Club are, but looks like Nicolai Højgaard has them right now. 13 under par last year. 1 on the fairway.
Yeah, just the one. 177. In sort of towards the back on the left, quite difficult, but with the breeze off the right, you can certainly aim this down the right. It will definitely draw on him right to left, Molinari. I like a bit of rough as long as it's consistent, which this week it is. Nicolai just trying to advance this as far as he can. He won't reach the green. And again, he doesn't miss fairways. I said this needs to hang on. That'll do a job. About 30 yards short on the right. Good angle. Well played. It was sitting terrible. McIlroy not much better. I think he can get somewhere close to the front right-hand side. Might be able to muscle a draw out of this.
Wow, what a shot that was from McIlroy. Fantastic. Just shows his strength to not only get it to the green, but to carry it on the green. Have to start hitting some fairways if he wants to make some headway towards the leader. All he could do up the right half, couldn't take on that bunker up the left side. Wonderful shot.
Yeah, but gonna have to come up a big tier there with his birdie putt. 1 over par, which is 6 shots behind Nicolai Højgaard. There's his advantage at the top of the DP World Tour rankings, looking to win it for the 4th time, first time in 7 years. Eric Stenson, the only player who's done the FedEx DP World Tour double. Luke Donald has won both before, but that was before the sort of new era, if you like, on the PGA Tour. US Open Matt Fitzpatrick, Victor Hovland, Shane Lowry after his win. Wentworth might have a thing to say about the destiny of being Europe's #1 by the end of the year.
I think some of that will come down to how much does Shane play. Does Shane want to chase it? I mean, Rory's going to be tough to catch, let's face it. He's in great form. Not having a great day so far through the first 9.5 holes in this opening round of the Italian Open, but we know he's in great form. Just won the FedEx Cup. Finished second at BMW PGA Championship last week. Narrowly missed out holding an eagle putt at the final hole. Just hung on the edge.
Yeah, just before that, the Open. Could have been.
As good as Nicolai could do, really, just laying up, giving himself the angle. Hasn't got a lot easier though. Sort of going to have to go right at this, almost try and almost hook it a little bit, get it round the tier. Anything 2 yards left of the flag will could almost miss the green. Actually, could run off quite far left.
Yeah, he missed the green at 11. He missed the green at 17 and played a couple of wonderful up and downs.
It's important you just don't panic. You're going to miss 3 or 4 fairways, 3 or 4 greens. It's clever designed. It's difficult, but they spend hours at this. So he's looking inside 10, 12 feet max. That didn't sound great.
No. I meant 10,
that was
by the way.
scoopy right there. That was very poor technique. Yeah, rehearsing a little bit, he knows that was a pretty feeble effort. And as Anthony said, these guys play hours playing. Like, so you can't hit balls all day. It's too tough on your body, tough on your back. So you're out there pretty much all day as a professional. It's your job, so you gravitate towards the short game area. That's why these guys are so good. They keep putting in their time, not stressing their bodies, but the scoring is where you save shots, where you gain shots.
Well, there's not a player who started this morning who hasn't had a bogey on the card, apart from Nicolai Højgaard until this point.
Yeah, he just Keeps on leaving himself tough spots, McIlroy. This is really difficult up and over the ridge, down the hill the last 40 feet. Did well to get it on the green, as Jay mentioned. Only probably a third of the field could have got it to here. He's been rewarded with this one. Huge effort to get a two-putt.
Oh, he played an amazing shot to get it to that position. Now he left himself a tough par play. That's going to be a left to righter for par, just what a right-handed player hates.
Yeah, you talked about the putt at 18 being important. And another one coming up here for McIlroy. Unfortunately, both of them for pars.
Well, he's 6 shots behind his playing companion and defending champion Nicolai Højgaard. Højgaard, for all practical purposes, is likely going to make a bogey here, but McIlroy needs to hold this one. I mean, it's the first round, middle of the first round, but you know, you don't want to get too far behind.
Yeah, and the players are conscious of that. They're here to win. They don't want to be miles behind after the first round. Then all of a sudden your goals change. Certainly this group, by far 3 of the probably best 5 players here this week, so they've only got one thing in their mind. Same sort of thing now for Molinari, down the slope right to left early, but a little easier than McIlroy's putt.
Well, not in for the 5 yet. Remember, this is the first hole. This will be the first hole they'll play when they tee it up at the Ryder Cup. You can see a few spraying it around here, can't you, on the Friday morning?
I'm getting my Molinaris and my Højgaards mixed up, boys.
They're 2 of the 3 sets of brothers that we have in the field. The Fitzpatricks are the others.
Gave that a pretty good run. That would have only been the 3rd birdie of the day here at the first hole.
You can see Richard Mansell's just made another birdie, 3 in his last 5 holes, so he's got to 4 under par. So he's going to be in either a share of the lead if Højgaard knocks in his bogey putt, or leading on his own once these 3 players walk off to the second.
Gavin Green, surprisingly, having fallen back to 3 under, just bogeyed the 16th, the drivable par 4 16th. McIlroy now for par. This has a left to right swing, and I do believe he's got to start this outside the left edge. Far from an easy putt. Well done. That was 2 huge par putts in a row at 18 and now 1 for McIlroy.
Yeah, it's easy to forget by the time we get to Sunday afternoon, but I wonder how significant those couple of putts we've seen from Rory McIlroy are. 2 great par saves.
And these guys won't know it. We know because we're looking at all the course stats and everything, but these guys are embarking on the more difficult of the 2 9s, scoring-wise. So, you know, this does not bode well for the tournament champion, or the tournament favorite. Not much break in this one for Molinari. Straight in. The defending champion still has some work left here, Richard, to only drop 1 shot.
Yeah, first drop shot of the day. Let's hope it's only the one.
If you're going to have a bogey putt of this length, this is the ideal one. Just a little right to left, kind of right, center, and firm. He's been hitting these putts today with a lot of pace.
Okay, just the one gone. Takes him alongside Richard Mansell at the top of the leaderboard. Round one of what is proving to be a tough day at the DS Automobiles Italian Open. No one who's gone out this morning is without a bogey on the card. Remember when Shane Lowry won at Wentworth last week, 54 holes, didn't drop a shot all week. Only 13 players now in the red figures. 4 under par, the leading score.
American Sean Crocker has really turned things around after his win. Started to play much better. Fantastic ball striker. Finally found his putting boots. Stephen Brown has dropped a couple after having been under par earlier. Very difficult golf course. Clearly over par will be the cut line. A little bit early days to start talking about that, but just to give you an idea on how scoring is. Only half the field is on the golf course at the moment. Johannes Veerman played so well here last year. Really had a chance to win until he got that blister on Saturday from a new pair of shoes, which was a questionable decision.
Yeah. Players, how often do players change their shoes? 'Cause it's maybe too often, isn't it?
Oh, well, we had this discussion with Richard Boxall and Mark Rowe and I last year. I mean, you break in shoes at home. You don't do that in a tournament. You know, you break them in, and then if you are going to wear new ones in a tournament, you guys call it gaffer's tape. We call it duct tape. You put a little tape on your heel there, you know, to guard against a new shoe giving you a blister.
You'll be pleased to know I haven't changed my golf shoes now for about 6 or 7 years.
Well, they're broken in. You're fine.
Yeah, I love them. They're comfy like this. They're like slippers when I'm walking
Well,
around.
they're probably soft spikes. Do they have any little nubs on the bottom anymore then?
You know what? I've not checked.
It'd be a good idea to check.
Yeah, but I don't get to play that often, unfortunately. Maybe just as well. Well, we're just hoping for a little Rory spark. I mean, a couple of really important putts kept him at 1 over par. Have been easy to let this round slip at the stage that he did around the turn.
Well, once he gets a spark, there's likely to be some fire. And he has the firepower to string together 5 or 6 in a row. Maybe those 2 par putts at 18 and 1 will kind of give him that little push forward to make some birdies. But let's not forget, it's only the second year the Italian Open's been played at this revamped venue. But it's a first time around for McIlroy and Molinari, for that matter. So they're still learning the golf course. Let's have a good look here. The downhill tee shot, severely downhill. You can see the bunker in the middle of the fairway. It is definitely in play depending on your club selection. Most of the players will lay up short of the bunkers there that are 302 off the tee. And then it's a fairly level shot. Most of the time a second shot has the ball above the right-handed player's feet, but it's a tough hole location, the back portion of the green. There's a slope just to the right of where the hole is located, and then about 12 to 14 feet left of the hole there's another slope that feeds away to the left. So it's not a big wide area where the hole's cut in the back portion of the green. Second hole's playing just over its 4. It's a fairly easy driving hole.
Yeah, Rory McIlroy was talking about the course in the build-up to this.
At the back, like JT uses it.
Yeah.
That's quite nice, actually.
I was trying to eavesdrop there a little bit. That's why I paused. You know, he's talking about the course, and he said it was like a novel. He said it was like, you know, it's a fine beginning. It's just kind of like a teaser, and then you get to the climax at the end. That's where all the real things are going on.
I think the back nine is certainly the more interesting of the 2 nines. There you can see the severity of the downhill tee shot as we look back up the hill.
Got to be careful when we eavesdrop, haven't we? You know.
Not nice to eavesdrop, Richard. Most of the time they're talking about equipment. They're always kind of comparing. Well, what do you have? Oh, maybe you should try this. Well, let me have a look at yours.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you hear some amazing conversations as well. I mean, I don't know if you're watching the champions on the Monday of the Open, when all the great champions went out, and Rory was chatting with Georgia Hall, and they were talking about putting and how to manage left to right putts and that kind of thing. It's great to hear some of the best players in the world giving their insight. Now this is why we're waiting. There's a rules issue. This is involving Filippo Celli by the looks of things.
We can't hear in, but just to go back to the celebration of champions on the Monday at the 150th Open this year, it was an amazing event. I was very lucky. I was involved in it, and I was behind the second green, and it was great. It was so relaxed. You had all the great champions, both kind of current and some of them very past champions, all having a chat and that type of thing, come up behind the green. And it was very laid back, and you really got to see, when they're not in the heat of the moment, how these guys interact with each other.
And that stage that Rory had, playing with Lee Trevino, Tiger Woods, Georgia Hall. I mean, when are you going to see that in front of the TV cameras at such a venue like that? We've known about Rory even before he turned professional. 33 now, so he'd still feel right in the thick of his career. We know it's 8 years since the last major win.
And that's very surprising, because Rory's game hasn't dropped off. He just hasn't been winning the majors. I mean, he's such a wonderful player. His game has become much more consistent week in and week out.
Top 10 in all of the majors in 2022. Well, at last it looks like the fairway is clearing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Mats Lanner was down the right-hand side, sorting out proceedings. A little bit surprised with the down breeze. McIlroy doesn't have a go at this. 333 over the bunker. And with 17 down and with that breeze, I think he probably does have the beating, but opted with the 3-wood. So looking probably just right of those two bunkers. He can carry the first one. Another little tight tee. It's going to be wonderful atmosphere around here. It's dotty around in amongst the hills, some of these greens and tees. Clever. This would be one of the easier drives today.
Nice shot. Great shot, Rory.
Come on, Rory.
Well, fairways hit haven't come along very often, and he said great shot, but again he's missed the first cut of rough by inches, and again the ball's disappeared.
You can see the disappointment. He knows he hit a good shot. He hit the shot he intended to. It just, the fairway ran out for the club he chose. You can see the way it just bends from right to left.
It might be a driver tomorrow then, Jay. For McIlroy.
Yeah, I think you bring up a valid point, Anthony. I mean, certainly he could have taken those two bunkers on the left out of play.
I think he can carry. I really do. There's a good 20 yards of breeze. It's 20 yards downhill. That puts it close to sort of 310. I think he's got that. Now Molinari. Got to go down the right. Everything sort of cambers from right to left on this fairway into quite a big dip, big bowl in the middle. That's what you're looking at.
This goes a little left. This brings the bunkers into play. Surprised by the driver from Molinari.
Yeah, that's found the second one. Yeah, I know. I can guarantee you what Rory McIlroy is feeling now.
Of course, both of these players, McIlroy and Molinari, playing this venue for the first time.
And the course setup we're seeing at the moment, they've got a chance to put their heads together and decide, apologies for a little bit of break up there, that
well, this will be interesting. Driver for Højgaard. Let's see where he pitches this. They're pretty much the same, him and McIlroy. If he can can get some air time on this and find the dance floor. Drawn a bad lie. Molinari, he's actually in someone else's divot in the bunker. That'll please him. I never had the privilege of that. Oof. He can reach the green though, I think, not a problem. McIlroy's down the right, just in the first cut. He's got an okay lie. Just taking his time, Francesco, rightly so. Back pin, down breeze. Tough one to judge. .157, so I think with the bunker and the breeze, probably playing about 152, something like that. Gonna have to catch this one pretty clean. The ridge, the sort of lip of the bunker's about 4 foot, 5 foot in elevation, so just needs to be careful with that. But really down breeze, sort of wedge, 9 iron, it shouldn't be a problem. Just sounded a little heavy, but that'll certainly do a job from a poor lie. That's well done.
And getting better and better all the time.
Not a great lie, but it's doable. Can carry this onto the putting surface and give himself something. I'm not quite sure how close he'll get.
I got the club through that one pretty well. And that is an excellent shot from the primary rough. Great shot from McIlroy. And he just needs that spark that we were talking about a few moments ago. And that putt might just get him going.
We expect so much, but only one birdie so far from Rory McIlroy. That could change after this superb approach.
It was downwind, but just a short iron. It just shows you how poor the lie was, the way that released, even on the soft greens.
Another huge drive, Anthony, from Nicolai Højgaard.
Yeah, perfect. Probably playing about 100 yards with the breeze. Just on top of the little ledge. So tough to get close to. But only if you're the defending champ.
You've said that a few times about him today, and then he's knocked it to about 6 feet.
Building it, Richard.
Yeah, he's selling us a false bit of good. It was an easy shot, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, that was pretty good.
Yeah, it was. It's a pretty small little area where that hole's located today.
In a three-way tie for the lead there, Gavin Green, who dropped a shot at 16, left one in the bunker there, green side, and has bounced back with a birdie at a really tough 17th. So he's got the reachable 18th to come. That's his final hole of the day. Everyone else on that page that you can see on the mini leaderboard we have started at the 10th. So he's through the what appears to be the tougher of the nines, and you might have noticed a little change on the leaderboard. That's because Richard Mansell just dropped a shot at the 3rd, so back to 3 under. "11 players only under par." That tells a story of what has been a tough scoring day on the outskirts of the Italian capital. And here's the scores in our featured group. Every chance Nicolai Højgaard could get back to 5 under.
You can see the different shadings on the greens. Just gives you a pretty good idea of the slopes on these greens at the Marco Simone Golf Club. You have to really be accurate with your approach shots to be in the right position, so you don't have a big slope to deal with. Oftentimes a double breaker, and Molinari not near the hole, 46.5 feet away.
And with the down breeze, down grain as well, Jay, quite tough to read. Pace and line, trying to add and subtract stuff. But it is his job, I suppose.
What have you made of the way Francesco's played today, Anthony? A lot of attention here, being, you know, 2-time Italian Open in his home country.
I never think he's far away. That's what's been such a mystery with him. He's just such a quality player. But one thing I will feel, I just feel he's lost a bit of distance. I know he's playing with a couple of proper smashers, but just seems to be a little bit shorter than I remember. But the touch is still there. He'll need it here with a big, strong wind blowing all the way down this green. Tough one to get there.
It hasn't. It hasn't. Yeah, he's been a little shorter off the tee, as you say, and missing fairways. That's not a good combination. He was 161st in strokes gained off the tee on the PGA Tour in the season just gone. It's going to be an uphill struggle from that.
Should be just slightly left to right, but with the wind howling down this hole, I think it's almost probably the other way, maybe just straight on a good pace for McIlroy. Brilliant shot in, great control. It's about time he just got on a run. He normally has a run somewhere in a round with 2 or 3 and 4 or 5 holes, and just, I don't think the pace of play has helped him today. He's trying to get into some sort of routine, but every time he makes a bogey, he's got a 5-minute wait. That's the nature of this week. It's a tough course, a lot of rough. People need to find balls. Difficult.
Well, he made the ones for par the last couple of holes, but not the one there for birdie, and the frustrations continue for Rory McIlroy.
I think Rory hit that where he wanted. He misread it. You could tell by his reaction he looked a little perplexed how the ball broke, still looking back there, trying to learn for tomorrow, learn for next year. As a player, all you can do is start it on the line that you intended and hit at the right pace. If it goes in, great. There's more reasons to miss a putt than there is to make a putt. You're always putting over an imperfect surface in the best of times. Great opportunity for Højgaard. This is a little left to righter. Probably just on the left edge. Get back to 5 under par. Bounce back birdie, we would call this one. After bogeying his 10th hole, the first hole on the card. Took the driver off the tee, made the gamble. Will it pay off?
Big time. Back to 5 under par.
Horses for courses. Defending champion leading in the first round.
Luke Donald, are you paying attention?
Oh, he is. So is this man right here. If Francesco Molinari is not on the team, he will be in the team room. That's 100% guaranteed.
Yeah, it would mean so much to have an Italian in the team. There are others Francesco apart. Eduardo already part of the backroom team. Just feel like Francesco is the main man in terms of potential for making the 12.
That, and he's so dependable. I mean, his game is so predictable. If he shows, reasonable form, you would have to think he would get great consideration for a pick. This is a little right to left for the par.
There's a Chico there, which is the Italian nickname for Francesco Molinari. So Nicolai Højgaard back on top on his own, one ahead now of Gavin Green, who's coming down the par 5 18th, his final hole of the day. Nicolai on top, Rasmus not too far back. No birdies on the front 9 yet from John Catlin. He's in that group at 1 under par. Dan Housing was the early leader when he eagled 12 and birdied 14. But a couple of bogeys on the front 9 from the Dutchman has him 1 under with the par 5 9th to finish the day. Luca Cianchetti, one of the players on level par. Good performance so far from him. 1 bogey, 1 birdie from the Italian. Leading Italian along with Francesco Molinari.
Let's have a look at the third, 453 yards. Downhill tee shot, goes over the brow of a hill, bend left to right. Can't really see the landing area, and then it's an uphill second shot, a severe uphill second shot. And it's only going to be a short iron into a smallish green. Hole tucked over on the left side of the green.
Yeah, one of the hardest tee shots, Jay, I think. The breeze off the right. This one's left, going left. This will run out pretty quick.
You know, it's serious when he doesn't comment in English. It seemed a bit of Danish appeared there, and how far left?
Stay off the right, Paul. Yeah, smidge of hurt. Okay.
Yeah, that's heavy over there, but a couple of marshals saw from it. So once they've taking it on, McIlroy looking straight over me, and I'm 20 yards right at the fairway.
Very good tee shot. He thinks it's in good position. He can't see that ball land.
Driver for Francesco Molinari. The challenge here is him easily can run out down that left if he doesn't allow enough down the right. Two in this group whizzing it left.
Nearly found the fourth green. Well, I mentioned the driving issues Francesco Molinari has really had, and reappeared there. There's the castle there as the backdrop, the castle of Marco Simone, hence the name of the golf course, the Marco Simone Golf Club. Become the 7th country to host the Ryder Cup, 3rd in continental Europe after France and Spain. Golf Nacional and Valderrama, the other locations. I know Eduardo Molinari, Jay, does a lot of the statistics, and we'll look in at the course and who it seats. He'll have some numbers to look at from this week and last year as well. I think we also need to bear in mind in terms of playing 30, you know, how many times you play players as well, given the nature of this golf course, how tough it plays, how different changes there are in elevations.
I think you bring up a good point, the fatigue factor. Does anybody have the gas to go 5 matches?
I'd be surprised to see someone play 5.
And now I'm wondering, and Anthony brought it up a little while ago, the caddies. I mean, there's a lot of weight in that golf bag, and especially if it might be inclement weather, they get weighted down with towels and umbrellas. Of course, they do have the buggies that the vice captains drive around to change that kind of stuff out, but it's a long walk for the caddies with that bag. And you know what? The caddies are an integral part of the team, and they want to, you know, when you start getting physically tired, sometimes you make mental mistakes, and it's going to be a rough physical test at the Ryder Cup next year.
And that's where the captains do, you know, people wonder, you know, what do the captains do? You know, you just pick the players and off they go, and they've got to hold the putts. But when it comes to a golf course of this nature, the captains will have a role there.
They're going to have to manage the freshness of the players. I mean, these guys play with such adrenaline at the Ryder Cup. Okay, let's that gives you a lot. But as the week goes on, it takes it out of you. You want gas in the tank for Sunday, the singles.
Yeah, when the 12 points they're up now. Couple down the left flank. I'm sure Anthony's had a good look for us.
Yeah, both okay, actually. They both bought a ticket and won, I think.
Okay.
Not the greatest hole I've ever seen, have to be honest. Just think the fairway's a little too narrow. Pitching on a side slope just adds to the pressure if you're just struggling with your driver, as Molinari does seem to be.
Anthony, I think 3 is merely a way to get from 2 to 4 here.
Oh,
you said that, not me.
Well,
that hurt the architects, Jay.
You can't have 18 great holes, okay?
No.
And there's a lot of really good holes in this golf course. you know,
listen, I don't mind you saying it. I'm just, you know, you've got to
say, awkward tee shot at best.
I just think the dogleg's too far away. I'd soften that whole right side a lot more. It's just too severe for me. Nothing wrong with the routing.
We are getting a good look at the fourth green down there, right center of our screen.
Yeah, Rasmus is up on that fourth tee. Well, no applause from Nicolai, so it can't have been that close to tee shot from Rasmus there. Oh, there's one pretty close by.
Quite tough to get a yardage, so much so I haven't got one. Just really quite difficult on the angle.
I got a yardage for Nicolai, 173 yards, if that helps.
Yeah, it's just difficult with the par 3. It was hard to sort of get over there and hang around. Lie's good enough though, in the 170s. Strong breeze out of the right. Lie's good enough. I don't really see any flyers yet, which I'm quite surprised. Maybe everything dries out a little. But I wouldn't be surprised if he misses this right. Oh, that's come out low and left.
Surprising result from what looked like a pretty darn good lie. Just must have been a mishit.
Yeah, there was nothing wrong with the lie. Weird. Couldn't really tell you the difference between the two. Both good lies, considering the 30 from the fairway. Mid 170s. Probably one. Well, I would hit 7 up the right. He might go with 8 because short is good. And he's spun out of this one. This is ballooning in the breeze.
Well, problems for Francesco Molinari and for Nicolai Højgaard, and 50 yards further up is Rory McIlroy. Ask him what the problem's all about. There's an eagle too, and there's the spark we've been waiting for.
Yeah, I really expected him to make the birdie putt at the previous hole. Takes putting out of play, holding his second shot. And that's not the first time that an approach shot has been in the hole. Of course, the one at 10 flew out after pitching in the hole.
And we mentioned earlier, this is a department of his game that really over the last 6 months has improved a lot. And here's another fine example.
I told Tony Johnstone last week the way he returned his wedge play around was changing the golf ball back to a 2019 version of the brand he plays.
And just like that, Rory McIlroy becomes one of only 13 players under par. And suddenly, he's amongst the leaders again.
That's what the best do. He was just kind of hanging around. Things weren't going well, and then just one shot. One phenomenal shot. Eagle 2 at a par 4. Doesn't happen often.
And he won't be agreeing with what you said about this golf hole either. Drive at a wedge and no putter required.
Well, it is a way for him to get from 2 green to 4 tee, and he only took 2 shots.
You did it quickly. Yeah, well done, Rory. Form is tempering all that.
He's having a good giggle about that. Molinari still has some problems here.
Yeah, I do well to get this on that top ridge. Horrible lie, sitting down, couldn't find it. I'll do well to carry this all the way.
Can't really take the whole location on. Not much green to work with. Coming out of the rough, you can see him walking uphill.
Just because of the shot.
A lot of unsighted greens for second shots here at the Marco Simone Golf Club.
So Nicolai coming from the other side, Anthony.
Yeah, he's just come through the thick stuff, but it's a poor lie. I'd say he's played that brilliantly. Just to give himself a putt was an achievement.
Amazing coming downwind, how quickly that ball set down. McIlroy's wondering, what's the big deal? What? You guys are taking a lot of time on this hole. We could get over to the next.
To be fair, they'd probably just be waiting. Nicolai von Dellinghausen has had his second eagle of the round. It's come at the par 5 18th. He also eagled the other par 5 on the back 9. Player who played really nicely a couple of weeks ago in Denmark. Was amongst the contenders there after having to go on to antibiotics after getting an insect bite that caused Lyme disease. You may have heard of Lyme disease before. A couple of golfers, Jimmy Walker, Sophia Popov, have felt the raw side of that before. It can be very debilitating, cause a lot of fatigue.
Typically a tick bite in the eastern portion of the United States, especially the northeastern portion. That tends to be where you get it.
Well, he certainly left himself a good putt, as Nicolai Højgaard has. Right to left across the slope, straightening a little for Molinari. This will be an unbelievable 4. 2 terrible positions he found himself in.
Have a reasonable run at par. Be another bogey for the 2-time champion.
Well, to remain in front on his own, this putt for Nicolai Højgaard.
I think we talked about, didn't we, what was the harder 9? This feels an easier 9, but certainly with holes like 1 and 3 makes quite a difference. So obviously players struggling to find this fairway. They're going to be burning 12, 15-foot putts for par.
I agree, Anthony. I certainly thought before we started looking up at the scores the front 9 would play easier than the back.
Well, just because it just, well, I think last year it played so much shorter, didn't it? But holes like 4, 5 and 6, all good chances.
We came here last year saying this is a completely transformed golf course, given they played the Italian Open here back in the 1990s. It's a very different golf course a year on as well, given the nature of the rough and the way it's playing. Højgaard with his second bogey in 3 holes, slips back alongside von Dellinghausen and Gavin Green at 4 under par.
Molinari giving a little head scratch to this short one. It is for bogey, and it's longer than what it looks from this camera angle. It shouldn't have much break to it.
Well, a couple of subdued players in Francesco Molinari and Nicolai Højgaard, but a hole to remember for Rory McIlroy. Rory's like, where have you been the last 10 minutes? Off they go to the downhill par 3, 4th hole.
Good look down the hill at the 4th. Actually, well, we're looking up the hill, aren't we, from behind the green? But it's a tee shot downhill. Plays 8 yards shorter than its measured yardage today, which is 189 yards.
Interesting, you know, we were saying about Nicolai, a couple of bogeys the last 3 holes. Rasmus, in fact, has bogeyed all 3 of those holes. So Anthony, Rory gets to play another shot again.
Yeah. He's not hit one for 10 minutes. Pin just in the middle of a ridge. It's quite difficult to get near this. Maybe a clever breeze left to right helping. I knew at some stage you'd do something special. Never far away, is it?
And that'll do as well.
Wonderful position. Very makeable putt from that location.
I think like starting line is more off the left, and then it might just get a little bit of help towards the end. Yeah. So just good starting line, mate. Yeah. Finishing just a hair left.
Certainly a tee shot you want to try and take a little bit off it. It's very much a spinny looking front section of this green. Clever hole, the 4th. Green sort of tucked under the hill on the tee again, just slightly elevated, half a club down. So club selection not easy. As Højgaard's caddy just mentioned, up the left hand side is play.
It should feed down the hill. Oh, there it comes. Delayed feed down the hill. Good shot.
61, 62 se está jugando 50.
Well, somewhere between those 2 balls would be perfect for Francesco. As I mentioned, Dennis Pugh, his long-term coach, is still out here, keeping an eye on his man, trying to get him back to form, where we saw so beautifully at Carnoustie. This was what he was magical at, middle irons.
And after the issues at the last hole, there will be 3 birdie putts to come there from this group. 67 low of the day so far. It's come from Gavin Green.
And it's a nice walk down the hill. Some pretty steep banks they're walking down just now in between the 2 teeing grounds. I love the old style cornered, 90-degree cornered tees rather than those rounded things that are modern golf design. Although this is a modern design, but I love the old style aspect. Very interesting green. It's a long walk here, Richard, even in between holes at times. And we've talked about the physicality required to play here, not just today or through 4 rounds, but, you know, obviously a few minutes ago talking about the Ryder Cup 5 games in 3 days. It will be interesting if anybody is put through that test on such a grueling walk.
It would be very surprising.
I think there might be some caddies that want caddies.
Yes. worth pointing out the name of Luca Cianchetti there, that's moved to a couple under par. He's just birdied 3 in a row, 12, 13 and 14. Francesco taking a step back, but nice to see an Italian pop up on the leaderboard there. No birdies on the front 9, but 3 in a row. Certainly got him moving in the right direction within a couple of the lead. He's one of only a dozen players currently under par in this opening round. Eight birdies today, and they've all been a little closer than where our 3 are right now.
A couple of 3 putts, one bunker, one bogey out of the bunker, another from just the edge of the bunker. No long putts hold, and not surprising. Look at the size of the slopes in this 4th green.
Our feature group are on the 4th green, their 13th hole of the day. A reminder, play was delayed this morning by an hour because of thunder and lightning in the area.
All 3 are left to right. Didn't take the flag on, rightly so. He was trying to use the slope. But they're touch putts, just trying to drop them in the left side.
A little bit off the pace right now, Francesco Molinari. And that pace has been set by the defending champion for much of the day. Gavin Green has set the clubhouse pace. 6 birdies in his round of 67. Well, I hope you've been enjoying our featured group coverage. It's not got all the way around that we hope to, but you'll see Rory McIlroy and co finishing their round in our main coverage, which is coming up very shortly. And for the players that are going to be heading out a little later than advertised amongst the afternoon starters, they'll be very aware now that it's not going to be easy around there.
Welcome to Marco Simone and to the capital of Italy, the ancient city of Rome. Tournament 35 of 43 on the DP World Tour schedule this season. Rory McIlroy leads the way currently and is determined